Time is now 10:02, and I recognize that a quorum is present. The review board will come to order. Ms. Rendon, will you please call the roll? Chair Stephanie Lumpy. Present. Keith Brainerd.
Here.
Marcia Dash.
Here.
Christopher Gonzalez.
Here.
Christopher Zook.
Here.
All members are present today, so there'll be no motion for absent members. Moving on to our next agenda item, we have consideration and approval of minutes for our July 25th, 2024 board meeting. Members have received the minutes from the last meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes as circulated? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to the minutes as circulated.
So
Second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Zook, seconded by Mr. Dash. Any discussion from the board? A motion has been made to approve the minutes as circulated. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The minutes are approved as circulated. At this time, we'll recognize one of our outgoing board members. As the board may be aware, Rob Reese resigned from the board due to a change in his employment. He's no longer employed by the state and is employed in the private sector. And as such, he no longer meets the statutory requirements for the position that he served on the board. Therefore, he had to resign. We do greatly appreciate his contributions to the board and look forward to our gubernatorial appointment. Rob will join us at the December 4th board meeting where we'll recognize him. Okay, at this time, we'll now move on to public comment. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide public comments? Anyone appearing virtually that would like to provide public comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll close public comments. Up next, we have Austin Firefighters Retirement Fund on potential plan changes. I'll now call on Anu Kumar, Executive Director of Austin Fire, and Diana Thomas, Deputy CFO for the City of Austin, to provide remarks on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Livy and members and staff as well. I'm Anumeha Kumar. I'm the Executive Director of the Austin Firefighters Retirement Fund. With me today are Trustee John Bass. He's an active firefighter on our board, as well as Trustee Doug Fowler. He's a retired firefighter on our board as well. Also, from the city, we have Diana Thomas. She's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the City of Austin. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I have not a short presentation, but I'm going to keep my remarks brief. And I will go through the presentation at a high level to provide an update on the voluntary funding soundness restoration plan that we have been working on with the city and in conjunction with that membership as well. The first couple of slides provides a recap on where the fund stands today. I was before you members back in January to provide an update on the fact that my board had created a working group of 2 trustees to work on a voluntary funding soundness restoration plan. The fund hasn't triggered the requirement yet. We have received our second actuarial valuation this past summer with an amortization period of 48.6 years. And our actuaries are projecting that moving forward, if all assumptions are met, the fund is most likely gonna triggered the requirement in 2025. The board was already anticipating that back in 2023, when they created the working group, given this fund partnering with the city has a history of being proactive in addressing any funding issues that the plan has faced, be it back in 2002, 2003, right after the tech bubble bust, the firefighters increased their contributions to the fund. And then also coming out of the Great Recession in 08, 09, both the city and the fund worked together to increase the contribution rates, respectively, both for the city and for the firefighters. The firefighters did go a step further, and they did not take salary increases for 2 years in a row to help the city out with the contribution increases that the city was making during that time. So as it stands today, the fund has, on an actuarial basis, a funded ratio of 85.6%. Part of the reason why the board wanted to be proactive is to come up with a solution that's durable and not as a reaction to after triggering the requirement, as well as acknowledging the fact that the longer we wait, the more costly it would be to come up with a solution and to work with the city. And the board, of course, did not want to put that additional burden on the plan sponsor either. Since January, we have had a very collaborative process working with the city, and then also working with our membership, soliciting their feedback as the working group considered the different aspects of coming up with a solution that's more long-term to put the plan back on a path of sustainability. Moving on, we have a slide just demonstrating and providing information on the funded ratio since 2013 to essentially, again, rehash the fact that the fund, both in the past and then, of course, the intention of moving forward is to continue to remain well-funded and demonstrate that proactive approach to make sure that we really focus on the long-term health of the plan. I would quickly turn it over to Trustee Bass to outline some of the principles of the benefit reforms that the working group has been considering in conjunction with the city as well as our membership.
Thank you, Anu. Good morning. As Anu said, the goal of the board in working with the membership was to come up with a set of solutions that addressed long-term sustainability of the plan, as opposed to some of the, I guess, attempts in the past that were more sort of Band-Aid type approaches, short-term approaches. And so we wanted to create a solution that was structurally different, and that would allow the fund to handle market volatility better, such that anytime you have a series of poor years, you don't have to immediately come up with contribution increases. And in working with the members, we recognized that there were plan benefits provisions that were very important to them, which is why we've come up with a structure we call the member choice plan. And this was developed from feedback with the firefighters and retirees. And we wanted to maintain things like COLA provisions and drop provisions that were very important to them for good reasons. And so for the COLA and the drop, with the COLA, what we've come up with is a pre-funded, predictable, and automatic COLA, as opposed to the ad hoc structure, which has been problematic for a variety of reasons. And then for the drop, we wanted to maintain the drop, but we wanted to ensure that there were some protection features for the fund, because the sustainability of the entire fund is obviously the most important thing. So Anu will speak to the details of that, but rather than just the continuation of the current drop structure, we included some things for when the plan experiences poor returns, how we might deal with that. So that's basically it. And it's about the long-term health of the fund is where this board is taking its approach.
Thank you, Trustee Bass. So moving on, again, the proposal that we have before you has not been formally adopted by the board, and it has not been agreed to by the city either. There are a lot of agreements within the proposal that the city and the fund, or the city and the working group, have come together on. However, there is a concern that the city has, and I'm sure the city is going to speak to that. From the funds standpoint, one of the tasks that the working group had from the very get-go was to identify if there are any structural issues that the fund faces. So again, taking that long-term approach, we of course agreed on an actuarially determined contribution structure, which is more robust, has been demonstrated across the state that it's a best practice and a sound way of funding a plan, and the city and the fund are in agreement with that. However, designing the benefit program moving forward, or the reform moving forward, the issue that the working group identified in conjunction with the actuary was, historically, the fund has a history of 40 years of granting cost of living adjustments. On average, on and off, over a period of 40 years, the fund has granted 2% in cost of living adjustments to our retirees. The members do not participate in Social Security, and to provide that purchasing power protection, the fund has done its best to continue with that process. However, back in 2013, I believe there was a change that was put in place in our statute, given our retirees had not received a COLA for 11 years, starting right after the 2003, to speak to granting a full CPIU COLA if the fund can afford it, meaning the statute spoke to a financial test that the fund could perform, and if the fund could afford it, then a COLA could be granted to the retirees. So since 2015, the board adopted a COLA policy that acted as a benchmark, so to speak, and the actuary would run the analysis to inform the board whether the fund can grant a COLA or not. So that's the process we were following. However, in my mind, of course, I'm not an actuary. The way I thought about it is, it was more like a investment gain sharing COLA. So the fund has had very strong returns over the years. However, with the COLA provision, we were required under the state law to grant those COLAs to our members, and the fund was able to grant those. However, since 2022, the fund has not granted any COLA to our members. So that was a structural issue that the working group identified, given those COLAs were not pre-funded. And even in the past, any market cycle where we had negative returns was causing the fund to come up with a solution. And so the approach that the working group took as part of this pension reform package was to not just come up with, of course, lowering the cost long-term was one of our goals, to be able to work with the city and make sure that the cost is manageable. However, the working group also laid out a goal to be able to provide some form of a modest purchasing power protection to our retirees. And to give you an example, our retirees who've retired prior to 2006, their purchasing power protection or their benefit has already eroded by 25 basis points. And moving forward, say if a member retired in 2003, in the next 30 years, their benefit would erode by 50%. So keeping that goal in mind, and then considering the fact that these city civilian plan as well as the police plan do participate in Social Security, the approach the working group took was to come up with a COLA provision that's pre-funded. So there is no inflation-related risk to the city. There is predictability, like Trustee Bass mentioned, as well as it's affordable. Now, considering the fund has both a drop and the ad hoc COLA structure, the approach the working group took was it cannot be both. It has to be one or the other. Members can either have a drop or they can have a COLA. So in that sense, what I will walk you all through is a provision where the members would have to make a one-time irrevocable choice whether they want to pursue the drop route or a COLA route. However, with current retirees, who a lot of them probably never participated in the drop, have not received any COLA adjustments since 2002. And we were thinking about coming up with a solution that's, again, affordable and modest and in line with what's offered to other city plans. And so what we proposed was a 1% deferred COLA, which won't start until age 62 or 5 years after retirement, whichever is later. Again, putting it in line, somewhat in line with the Social Security benefits, and considering the fact that Social Security benefits are only a piece of the total retirement package that's offered to the other two groups, the police and the civilian members. And so that's what you will see in our proposal to, again, be considerate of the fact that COLAs are expensive. They're not cheap plan provisions. And so, again, we wanted to come up with a more durable long-term solution where we address the issue of drop or a COLA or both, more from a long-term standpoint to bring the cost down, and then in the near term to help the retirees who are struggling currently. So moving on, I'll jump into the proposal again at a high level. The presentation is organized based on the three groups of members that we have in our plan: current retirees, current actives, as well as the new hires. For current retirees, with the COLA provision, like I mentioned, as it stands in the statutes today, the requirement is to grant 100% CPI COLA subject to a financial stability test, which we have been doing. However, the working group wants to move away from this ad hoc COLA structure where the benefit is not pre-funded, and that's part of the reason why we are in this situation. And so what the working group proposed is a guaranteed deferred 1% COLA, again, which won't start until age 62 or later. Now, moving on, slide 7, we do have retirees who are participating in the deferred retirement option plan. And so, again, given these are retirees and from a legal standpoint, we wanted to be mindful of the changes that we are proposing that would impact to the retirees. The working group proposed two changes for retirees who are currently participating in the drop program. One, that those retirees cannot have a COLA and the drop at the same time. So that's, again, from a policy standpoint, was one of the approach that the working group took from a cost and then a fairness standpoint. And so what the working group said was, these retirees who are participating in the drop could continue to participate in the drop until, because we do have an end date for our drop program, if they wanted to, they could continue through age 70 and a half. And so that COLA would then kick in 1 year after the complete withdrawal of their drop money. So effectively, it would potentially be at age 72. However, if a retiree would continue with their drop program after the effective date of the bill, then they had the option to take a complete withdrawal of their drop program, in which case the COLA would start at age 67 or later. 5 years after retirement, of course, was one of the provisions that was continued for that group. And then with the drop program itself, again, like Trustee Bass mentioned, more from a safety net standpoint, we do have an interest crediting drop. However, in bad years when the fund has a -0 or negative returns, that interest crediting rate of 5% would go down to 2.5% for the year that the fund returned had negative returns. So slide 8 essentially outlines the drop interest rate change for the retirees who are participating in the drop program. The retirees who do not have a drop as of the effective date of the bill will have the option to participate in the COLA, and their COLA would start again at age 62 or 5 years after retirement, whichever is later. Moving on, for current actives, the member choice proposal, as Trustee Bass mentioned, was to for our members to make a decision at the time of retirement. So current actives who are still in the fund would continue to work, and at the time of retirement, after the effective date of the bill, they would have to make a one-time irrevocable choice of whether they want to participate in the drop program or if they want to participate in the COLA. And if they choose to participate in the COLA provision, then their COLA would start at age 62, is why we're calling it a deferred 1% COLA. So it would start at age 62 or 5 years after retirement, whichever is later. If a member, of course, chose to participate in the drop, they will not have the option to participate in the COLA. However, from a transitioning standpoint, and I failed to mention this for the retiree group either, the two things that we wanted to keep in mind with the drop program was we didn't want to unintentionally cause sort of a run on the bank, although we have a lot of cushion. After talking to our investment consultant, if the members were to pull their money out, it wouldn't cause us to change our asset allocation necessarily. Currently, we have about or little under $150 million tied to the drop program. So if all that money were to come out, we wouldn't necessarily have to make any changes to our asset allocation, but we still wanted to be mindful of the fact that given we would be working on a voluntary FSRP, we didn't want to unintentionally cause any issues, is why we had that transition plan for retirees who are currently participating in the drop. And so from current active standpoint, members who would be normal retirement eligible as of the effective date of the bill would have the option to participate in the drop after they retire. However, if they would choose to participate in the drop, the requirement would be that by age 62, they would have to make a choice or make a decision whether they want to continue with their drop program, or if they wanted to participate in the COLA, they would have to, again, take a complete withdrawal of their drop money for the COLA to start at age 67. So an additional deferral for members, be it retirees or be it actives who are grandfathered, because we wanted to address any potential issue of rush to retirement. So members who have that option, their COLA will start until age 67. Again, keeping in mind the fact that COLAs do cost money is part of the reason why we came up with that transition plan. But folks, as of 1/1/26, were not normal retirement eligible after the effective date of the bill would have to make a one-time irrevocable choice whether they want to pursue the COLA route or they want to participate in the drop program. With the drop program itself, the same safety net of 5% versus 2.5% would exist. We didn't want to make any additional substantive changes to the drop, given those members would be making a choice. So we didn't want to cause those members to automatically default to the COLA option, is why we wanted to make sure the drop program still continues to be an attractive option from a retirement planning standpoint for our members, and they could use the drop as a hedge for inflation if that's what their goal was. Again, with the same policy approach, members cannot participate in the drop and receive a COLA at the same time, is how we designed the current actives.
I have a question.
Sure.
Understanding that I guess some of the changes are for, the drop rate and the COLA. I didn't quite understand how the benefit changes were going to be paid for. Is there an increase in both city contribution and member contribution for the increased costs?
So I'll get to that, but the contribution, again, from an ADC structure, the city's contribution would be designed the way they have agreed to for the civilian as well as for the police fund. So it would be the corridor mechanism with the legacy liabilities split out, and then the corridor structured in place. And we haven't hashed out the exact details of that ADC structure, but there is general agreement on how that would work. But you are correct to identify that there is some cost associated to this COLA, primarily because of the current retirees who would potentially be receiving a COLA if the bill passes. And I will get into the breakdown of those numbers here in a little bit once I talk about the new hire group, and then I can get into the breakdown of the cost and how those numbers would interact.
Okay.
Thank you. And so quickly moving on to probably slide 16, where we have a table for the new hire group. Again, to bring the long-term normal costs down, the working group proposed a second tier, group B, if you will, with changes to the multiplier. So the multiplier would go down from 3.3 to 3%. No early retirement would be offered to group B. No retro drop. So currently we have, our current members have the option of a forward and a retro drop. For the group B, they would only have the option to participate in a forward drop. They wouldn't have the option of a retro drop. Their interest rate, the drop interest rate would go down. Instead of the 5 and 2.5%, it would go down to 4 and 2%. As well as the payment form. So our current actives have a 75% joint survivor form of benefit. However, for the group B, it would be single life annuity only. If they wanted 75% or 50% joint survivor, they would have to take a reduction. And then non-vested terminated members would not receive any interest on their contribution refunds. And then again, this group would have to make a choice at the time of retirement, a one-time irrevocable choice, whether they wanted to participate in the forward drop or a COLA. And they, again, the 1% deferred COLA starting at age 62 or 5 years after retirement. Now their contribution rate, so the contribution rate for our members currently as it stands is probably either the highest or second highest in the state. It's 18.7%. So historically, the members have paid close to 60% of the total normal cost in our fund. With the group B, with the new hire, the normal cost would go down to 25.9% from 31.2% as it stands today. And so considering that the cost of their benefit is lower, the working group proposed lowering the member contribution rate from 18.7% to 17%. However, Group B would still continue to pay, I believe, close to 65% of the total normal cost. So the total normal cost would be 25.9%, and the Group B members would pay 17% of that, leaving, I believe, 12% or so for the city. The normal cost for the city would go down to 8.9%. So moving on, the next slide talks about the numbers that Chair Leiden was asking about. So what we have presented here are essentially the first column representing the current design, assuming a 2% COLA, which again, for the past 40 years, the fund has a history of on average granting a 2% COLA versus assuming there is no COLA. And if you look at those two columns, of course, the unfunded liability looks significantly different. Under the assumption that the 2% COLA assumption, of course, the unfunded liability is close to $550 million. Under zero COLA assumption, the liability as it stands today on a market value basis is what you're seeing is $298 million. And under the reform proposal, the unfunded liability, if you were to consider no COLA, goes up by about $71 million as of December 31, 2023 valuation date. However, of course, if you compare the assumption with a COLA, the unfunded liability goes down. So again, like I had mentioned, there is a lot of agreement that the city and the fund have in this proposal. However, the fact that the unfunded liability, if you consider no COLA in valuing the liability of the fund, is going up by $71 million. So the unfunded liability under the proposal is going to be about $369 million instead of the $298 million. And so what we have explained to the city, the long-term benefit of the cost going down, the long-term benefit of putting the inflation risk off the table, the long-term benefit of providing some type of predictability to our members with this 1% COLA, as well as the fact that we would be addressing the structural cost issue that the fund has faced over the years, given in the past, the fund has given away some of the cushion from an asset standpoint that it has gained through investment earnings. For example, since 2015, the fund has given away $70 million in granting COLAs from 2015 through 2021. So there would be a lot of issues and concerns that we would address through this proposal, but it does add to the unfunded liability. However, again, the idea of working on a voluntary funding soundness restoration plan to come up with a more durable long-term solution was to come up with a fix that's not as a reaction, but more of being proactive and more thoughtful. And again, I don't mean to compare, but the fund has a history of managing the program, the pension fund, very responsibly, managing its investment program very responsibly, has always had a healthy funded ratio or amortization period. Membership and the city has stepped up to address whenever there has been a funding shortfall. Considering all that, of course, the unfunded liability, either based on no COLA or based on under the reform proposal, compared to the other two systems, is significantly lower. To give you an example, for Austin Police, it was $750 million. For City of Austin employees, it was $1.9 billion. Our unfunded liability under the reform proposal would be $369 million as of 2023. And of course, the board wanted to make sure that we take all the right steps, and the fund performed an experience study a year in advance, and that's something I had mentioned at the January board meeting, that we plan to perform an experience study to make sure our assumptions are in a sound place, is more realistic. And so the board did make some changes or adjustments to our assumptions based on the experience study, and the working group feels confident that the proposal that we have today would accomplish the goals of the funding soundness restoration plan requirement, as well as keeping in mind some of the principles that the PRB has put in place with regards to members who do not participate in Social Security, to offer a modest purchasing power protection to those members in retirement. And the rest of the presentation talks about the funding structure, which for the most part, the city and the working group are in agreement with. Happy to answer.
Easy for you to say.
May I ask a question? The stability test that was performed in order to determine whether or not a COLA would harm the plan, what was that? Was it just an amortization calculation?
So yes, the stability test, looking back in hindsight, again was a good policy, because we did have a test in place. And so since 2022, we have not been able to grant a COLA. So the board, of course, always had the long-term health of the fund in mind. It did base it on the amortization period, for the amortization period to be at 25 years and continue to stay at 25 or under after granting a COLA. However, it only looked, so looking forward, it was forward looking, but it only looked at 10 years at a time.
And, you have a current funding policy that presumably worked out with the city. Is there a funding policy for the plan? And how does that, the current funding policy that you have deal with this?
So the funding policy, which was adopted by the board back in 2019, speaks to, of course, the COLA policy, right? And has a 30-year amortization period benchmark, but it's rolling. It's not a closed 30-year amortization period. And of course, references the COLA policy if the fund is under financial stress, to that the COLA policy would prevail. But it doesn't speak to or outlines if the COLA policy is such that the fund is not able to grant a COLA. It doesn't speak to it. Just puts speaks to the fact that the fund will grant a COLA for until the health of the fund improves.
That's a lot. If I heard correctly, effectiveness is my own knowledge. Solution for COLA to provide something for the employees and the retirees to be able to count on, regardless of the fund's performance. The ability to use the corridor to effectively get to an ADC that is going to also be subject to flexibility, in that case, is subject to the flexibility of the fund performance. And the changes effectively to new hires treatment is what's going to pay for the new COLA. And then the ADC will provide more soundness going forward, because we're not going to have to worry about the fixed contribution. It's going to be tied to ultimately what the numbers. Is that
Thank
correct?
you. That's a very, very good summary of the proposal. Yes.
The only
It's the same.
is just thinking about it from the employees and retirees standpoint. They benefit from a more sound plan. I get that. Their real ask is COLA. I don't know, and I don't want to throw a whole bunch of wrenches in the spokes, so to speak. But one of the things, if it's a shared risk model, is giving them the opportunity to have more COLA in the event that the funds performed really, really well. If that fund performance allows the city to have a lot lower contributions because the ADC is lower, well then at some point in the future, not anytime soon, but perhaps there's a way to also allow the employees and the retirees to benefit from really strong fund performance, full health of the plan, and not have a one forever when inflation is unlikely to be one anytime soon. So thinking about that from non-Social Security, earning folks, just feels like that might be something to consider as y'all fine tune. And again, I'm not trying to throw a lot of wrenches in the spokes, but if I'm on the side of the employee, I like the idea of being able to benefit from real strong performance if it's there.
Thank you for mentioning that. So with that corridor structure and risk sharing mechanism that of course the city and the working group agree on, we did not outline. So again, in a decreasing cost scenario or increasing cost scenario with the corridor in place, we did not outline specific steps in our proposal, partly because the members are already contributing 18.7%. To ask of them to contribute an additional 2% when they do not participate in Social Security, and they're saying our take-home pay is already hurting because we put so much into our fund, which they are fine to continue to do and have been since 2012. However, given there was no room for the working group to offer that the member contribution would go up in that increasing cost scenario, we wanted to be fair to the city, and we did not put in place in that decreasing cost scenario that the members would get additional COLA. So our thought was that the city and the fund could come back together and consider what
So
options.
translated from my own benefit, it's actually, it gets to a place where there's just too much money floating around. And we're all the way at the bottom end of the corridor for the ADC. Then the city and the firefighters would come together and say, okay, maybe some of that needs to either reduce member contributions, they have more take-home pay, or there's there's more color. And I think that's a very sound approach. I just wanted to understand exactly how the employees were going to benefit. And obviously the not having to share more member contributions makes a lot of sense. I think that's good.
Thank you, thank you. And with the new hire group, our proposal, although I understand there are concerns that the contribution rate went down, the normal cost went down significantly. And given the city's normal cost long-term, if the plan works perfectly, is gonna be 8.9%. So our thought was the members, even in the new hire group, would be contributing about 65 or more than 65% of the normal cost, is why we recommended a 17% to help those new firefighters with lower pay to have some relief with the slightly better take-home pay.
It's good. Thank you.
Chair, I have some questions, but maybe we should hear from the city first.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Thomas, City of Austin. And I will say that we have spent a lot of time with the plan, talking through different scenarios and different options. And it's been a very amicable discussion, but we just have some points where we just can't seem to reach agreement. And the city is very supportive of moving forward with an ABC model. We've done this with our two previous plans, with police and with our employees plan. Both of those plans, both parties participated in the sharing of the cost, either through increased member contributions or reductions in benefits, or both. And generally, we created a tier B that affected new hires and forward, and we left benefits where they were for existing members. So as not to move away from the promised benefits and promises that we made to them when we hired them. Some of our main concerns really relate around replacing the ad hoc COLA with an automatic COLA, which equates to a better benefit for the membership, while digging a deeper hole for us in trying to improve funding. When we look at when this would be implemented after the legislation, it would add $89 million to the funding gap and that legacy liability, and that would create a substantial increase in the cost to this plan sponsor. And even though, as Mr. Kumar addressed, this increase would reside solely with us as the plan sponsor. There's no participation in the cost sharing for members. The second kind of sticking point is that drop interest rate is always positive and guaranteed, even if the system doesn't perform at that level. I mean, if the system is earning more than 0, it could even be 0.1. The drop members get 5%. So that in itself is digging again a deeper hole for the benefit of the retirement process. That the other thing was the reduction in new member contributions. That would be something difficult for us to explain to the other two plans, where we saw benefit decreases for new hires at the time, but those new members are still contributing at the same rate as their predecessors, and we see that as something that would be difficult for us to explain to our other systems and our other membership across the organization. And finally, even though they say that it's an ADEC funding model that shares risk, their plan as presented does not have an upper corridor in which the employees would have to increase their contributions if things don't go as planned. So if the costs continue to increase, if the plan doesn't perform as planned, and we continue to give those benefits as promised, the city would just continue to give more and more and more, with no skin in the game for the members. In both of our other plans, we have a corridor that sits on either side of our contribution, of 5% above and a 5% below. If we breach the 5% corridor, so the city's willing to contribute 5% more without even asking membership to give anything else. When we reach that 5% corridor, then we're asking the membership to kind of kick in and help share the risk of the benefit that they're receiving and increase their contributions to ensure the funding soundness of the plan. There's no proposal in this for the firefighters to do that, and we see that as problematic. And those are some of the key points that I'd like to share. I mean, the city did offer other ideas. We talked about several options. kind of a member choice option, even where the membership could opt to reduce their current benefit and receive a COLA over time, but really is a member choice. So it's not an increased cost to the plan itself, it's just a restructuring of the way you receive your payments. But we also see DROP as a great program to help with that issue that they do not receive Social Security. And then when we compare the Social Security benefits against the other benefits that are received by our other plans, the fire system has a much richer benefit at a 3.3% multiplier than any of the other plans that the city has. And so we see that also as a protection against the fact that they do not receive Social Security. And I will be glad to answer any questions.
To either of you or Ms. Thomas, I have a couple questions. I know we're going to call this one first. Can you clarify the single life annuity thing? I've never seen anybody propose a single life only. Is that truly the limit?
So for the new hire group, the default option would be single life annuity. And if they were to choose to provide additional protection to their family members, spouse, for example, they would take a benefit reduction for a 50% joint survivor or a 75% joint survivor.
Well, isn't that the case already?
No.
You don't take a benefit reduction if you take a joint.
So for current actives, it is a 75% joint survivor benefit option.
That's the default.
Yeah.
Thank you. On this screen right here, we're showing current UAL 545 million and a proposed URL of 370 million. Is that basically the change from the current to the board proposal?
That's right. So the 550 is assuming a 2% COLA versus not assuming a 2% COLA is 297 or 298 million. And then you're correct. The reform proposal, under the reform proposal, the unfunded would be at.
So the board proposal drops the UAL.
That's correct.
Thank you. The big.
Is that true though? If the 2% COLA isn't guaranteed? Because doesn't that assume?
So we have had an ad hoc COLA structure. When the fund could afford a COLA after running the tests, a financial stability test, it was more like an investment gain sharing COLA. The fund would grant a COLA. The city has, of course, we have not valued the COLA in our reporting to the PRB, and that was something the PRB was asking, given we were granting a COLA since 2015. So it was more of an automatic COLA type approach, but the fund never asked the city to pre-fund the COLA. However, we have a history of on average granting a 2% COLA. And given if the situation changes, say there is a big run in the market, our ad hoc COLA would kick in. From a fund standpoint, again, that structural issue that we have identified, the COLA not being pre-funded is a big risk to the plan. And to not be able to grant a COLA to our members who do not participate in Social Security, again, is a constant struggle for the fund that the fund has tried to address over the past 40 years. And on a moving forward basis, we are recommending that we come up with a fix for this issue. So again, if we stick to like one of the city's proposal was continue with an ad hoc COLA, we might find ourselves in the same situation again. And we don't want to have a solution that again is risky in some respects.
So how and I know you have another question, so I don't want to derail too much, but how is the COLA pre-funded when the retirees don't elect to do either COLA drop until retirement? Like, are you assuming a certain percentage of people will participate?
So there will be some assumptions that the actuary would make. And with the 1%, our inflation assumption in our valuation is 2.5%, but we would assume based on, of course, the current retirees, and then also projecting what the membership, based on the membership behavior, is gonna opt into, given the age at which they retire and the participation rate of our drop program, which is very high, is why we didn't want to make any significant changes to the drop, given, again, keeping the city's financials in mind. There would be a high likelihood of members choosing the drop program instead of a COLA, given the current experience of the fund. So again, the unfunded liability that the city is concerned about is going up is primarily associated with the current retirees, who a lot of them do not participate in the drop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to get into negotiation here. I'll wrap this up as quick as possible. This board has statutory responsibility to oversee or promote actuarial soundness pension plans in the state. We also have a responsibility to promote benefit adequacy. And when we have a non-social security plan, in my view, that plan ought to have some level of assured cost of benefits. And that seems to be a primary difference between the city and I would also observe that a drop interest rate guarantee to 5% is pretty damn good. I'm surprised that's not flexible. And that would seem to me to be an opportunity to negotiate. Frankly, I consider the city of Houston plan design a model where both sides, employers and employees, are sharing the risk and the cost on the upside and the downside. And I'd just like to see the city and the fund look into those opportunities.
May I make one? Sure. At one point, again, I go back to remembering an article in the Statesman, perhaps 2 years ago, where a new firefighter in Austin complained about how much was being taken from his paycheck as a new firefighter, thinking that it's coming in, getting more money, better pay, and better benefits, but yet seeing so much and specifically mentioning the over 18% going to the pension fund. Again, I just have to think, you've got to balance retirement benefit versus, growing young family, whatever. And I don't know what your recruiting status is, but you have unfilled positions, whatever. But it just seems to me that there's more work that needs to be done to make sure. And again, I kind of think that trying to reduce, even if it's just for new members, the new member contribution at 18.7% is just a heck of a lot of money being put out of a young firefighter's paycheck. However you could get that down, I think that would be a real positive.
Members, just a quick comment. Going back to the plan design that our current actives have, the 3.3 multiplier is good. Our membership acknowledges that as part of the reason why they put in a higher contribution rate. However, when compared to police, we did see, even with a Group B benefit that the police has, for the first however many years that they don't have Social Security, retirement benefit of our members are higher than police. But as soon as Social Security kicks in, the police, even under Group B, police officers' annuity would be much higher than a retired firefighters. And that's information that we did share with the city. And again, to put things in context, the ADC rate for the city, even under our plan as it stands right now, at its peak would be 34 or 35%, compared to other systems like Austin Police currently stands at 36% plus the 6.2 that's going into Social Security. For us, the maximum is going to be, assuming all assumptions are met, 34 or 35%, and then it hopefully will start going down.
And if I may just add, from a Social Security perspective, if you look at our employees are going to be contributing 10% effective January 1st. When you add in Social Security, that's 16.2. If you look at our police, they currently contribute 15% to their retirement. If you add in the 6.2, they're at 22. So I think if you look from that perspective, we are very comparable across our organization on contributions, whether you participate in Social Security or don't participate in Social Security. So I appreciate, that Austin is an expensive place to live and that there are lots of tools in our toolbox to ensure that we're giving them the best benefits possible. And the city makes every effort through both our regular wages and through our retirement programs. We also offer a deferred compensation program that makes those things available to help those firefighters, both and all active employees, through their active service, through their retirement, to be able to survive and live and enjoy life.
Just my closing comment on this would be, first of all, y'all have done a really good job trying to do this in a very amiable way and collaborative way. And I commend y'all for that. It sounds like y'all are pretty close. I mean, when we think about where we were in Houston at this point before the legislative session, we were not this close, anywhere near this. So I think the comments Schrader made as far as the COLA, immediately going to it, that's an area that y'all could discuss. Obviously, the drop, guaranteed payments versus flexible payments, things that there's some really easy solutions in there. And then the upper corridor, that was one thing that was a big sticking point in Houston, is trying to make sure that if things really, really start to go south, what happens? And so I would encourage y'all to think about all these things between now and the time that you got to finalize the plan. Y'all feel like you're really close, and so very, so good work.
I agree. Yep, go ahead.
If you don't mind, I just had a couple of follow-ups on some of the comments that were made on both the COLA and the drop. And with the auto COLA being characterized as a more a richer benefit, a more expensive benefit, that would only be in the context that we have an ad hoc COLA that's never paid in the future. And in that scenario, I would suggest that that means that is a promise without the intention or funding behind it, in which case it's not a benefit that would exist. The auto COLA, in context of a 2% on average that's been paid over the last 50 years, is not a richer benefit. So that's one way of looking at it. In terms of the drop, Mr. Vice Chair, you're correct. It is an important benefit. It's a rich benefit. So long as the long-term average expected return of the plan is above what we pay on drop, it works for the fund, but there's risk there. And the board has understood and wants to address the risk. And the reason why we put in this feature of having a 2.5%, a lower return during periods when the plan is having poor short-term returns, is to address that risk, to provide a little bit of relief to the plan, take some stress off the plan during those periods. Those periods are short-lived, and then over the long haul, there can be a net positive to the fund with a drop structure, and it's just managing that is where we're coming from. But your point is taken, so thank you all very much.
Anything else from the board? Okay, thank you all. Our next agenda item is an update on the status of Midland Firemen's Relief and Retirement Fund, FSRP progress. At this time, I'll call upon representatives from the city of Midland and Ms. Flyer to provide remarks.
Esteemed members of the Pension Review Board, we have been in negotiations with the city and working toward coming up to an actual solution that is both good for the firefighters and the city. The firefighters have made some, we have previously made some cuts, and we are looking at making some additional concessions that would bring us in line with the rest of the city as far as the benefits and the contributions that are being paid. We are still working through a solution. We don't have a lot. I would like to say that the governance that the pension review board has recommended that we do the governance audit and the forensic audit, and we have taken those recommendations produced in those audits, and we have implemented those, and they are working. So far, our fund has shown much more positive return over this period than in the past previous years. So,
Sorry if I interrupt you one second.
yes.
Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry, Justin Grant, with chairman of the Midland Fire Retirement. So, we are moving forward, and we are looking forward to coming up to a solution soon, hopefully.
And Midland Mayor Lori Blum, and I would echo some of those sentiments. We are working towards that. We have, since the last time that we were here, we have formed a subcommittee again with a few different members. So there's 3 members, myself and 2 additional council members from the city side, along with assistant city manager, or I'm sorry, deputy city manager Morris Williams and Tommy Gonzalez, our city manager. On our side, and then from the fund there are 2 members, and then the fire association and the fire department also have representatives in there. So we're trying to come up with a holistic representation of the parties and hear from each of those as we're having these conversations. I think that has been productive and helpful. We the first 2 meetings that we've had have really been, I think, listening on the city side mostly to understand what are the priorities for the firefighters and for the fund. To make sure that we understand the flashpoints and the things that are of greatest concern for them, so that we can structure our response to their requests appropriately. So I think that in that regard, we're moving forward. We have a meeting scheduled for Friday of this week to further those conversations, and we hope to make additional strides there. I did want to share a few things just from the city's side. We have, as of 2023, we had 32 retired or resigned from our police department, and we had 50 hired. And of those 50 that were hired, 38 of them made it through to shift. But those numbers for 2024 right now are 21 that have retired and resigned, so that we're trending in a positive direction there. 2 more of those are anticipated, so that would bring us to 23 as compared to 32 the previous year. And 29 have been hired as of this time today, with 25 of those that have made it to shift. And we are actually interviewing 9 today. So we're 14 short today. We're interviewing 9. And so I think some of those things are really moving in positive trends, directions for this year. And we're encouraged by that. So I think that's all I have to contribute. Do you have anything you'd like to add? No. Okay. So we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board?
Sounds like progress.
Well, I don't know if I'd agree with it. Felt like we had a deal, and the deal didn't happen. So just, city council approved the plan, firefighter, the board officially, as I understand it, did not support the plan. And so we didn't get a bond for the minimum. So that what happens from here? Obviously, we had a deadline at the November election that kind of everybody was working towards. That obviously didn't happen. What's the next deadline? What keeps this from drifting for another 5 years, et cetera?
So I will speak to the, so we did look at the MOU that the city provided. As far as a board, we viewed that there were things in that MOU that were unreasonable. We have provided the meat of the agreement is the same that has been provided back to the city, just without the unreasonable. We're not trying to do state politics at a local level. We're trying to we want to handle our fund and our fund alone. We don't want to do things that legislation is looking at the local level. Like if the structure of the statute is changed, then so be it. We will abide by that, but we don't want to do that at the local level. So we provided that the MOU was unreasonable. The attorney said, the fund's attorney said it needed more negotiation. So we stated that it needed more negotiation. And so moving forward, we have no guarantees that we will come to an agreement, but we are working diligently to try and come to an agreement. The firefighters are willing to do the same, like stated, the same things that were stated in that MOU. We're still willing to do that, so we're just waiting. We're waiting to see where it goes from here. We want to know what we work for the city, and we want to know what the city can do to what the plan is going forward. So we're doing our best to make sure that we can handle our side of this and be in an appropriate manner of cutting the benefits or changing the benefit structure to where we come in line with the other, the other retirees that are working for the same organization.
I'm very familiar with the MOU simply because that was very much in the public record, right? I'm a lot less familiar with stuff that's not in the public record. So normally in a negotiation, in this particular case, unanimous consent by the Midland City Council. This is the MOU we're willing to do. Let's get it on the ballot.
Yep.
Firefighters, the board said no. Has there been another proposal given to the city of, okay, these are the things that need to change? If they do, we'll sign it, or is that all still being thought about?
So as the fund, we came to these negotiations and we stated that the same meat of this MOU is what we were willing to do. Potentially a 5% reduction in benefits or change in benefits, but we just expressed, let's let the membership decide how that 5% comes. There were some things that were in there about backing the city's political aspirations at state legislation, and those things are just unreasonable for a pension fund that that we have our own fiduciary responsibility, and we have our own responsibility to this fund. So there were things in that MOU that could not be voted on. So the same meat of the agreement was proposed back to the city.
So make sure I understand, because I don't want to misspeak here. So what I hear you say is that basically the business terms are pretty much agreed upon. It's the soft stuff, the other stuff around the business terms where there's conflict.
And we don't know where the city is going to come up with their portion of the agreement. That's the
As far as the money.
right. And we told them, we want them to leave us alone, or like to not tell us where the 5% comes from. We don't, as the fund, we don't care if it goes to a bond, then we need to support a bond. If the city wants to pay it out over time, the city can pay it out over time. However that funding comes, we don't care. We just want to make sure that this is the last time that, not the last time obviously, but sure. Like we want to get some resolution.
A more permanent city.
Yes.
So at this point in time, then the impasse is on who controls the 5%, and basically having the city provide assurances as to where they're going, or not where they're going to get the money, but how they're going to get the money somewhere, and that's where we're stuck.
Yes. Yeah. So if we go to take a vote to the membership, we don't want the membership to have to vote on the same thing 4, 5, 6 times. We would like to know that there are some guarantees that the funding is going to happen. If we take benefit changes to the membership, we want to make sure that that there is resolution.
It sounds to me like old school, that if we locked everybody in a room for about 5 hours, we get fixed.
Right. So,
But it doesn't feel like it's that far apart, but it feels like, based on what I'm reading and hearing, et cetera, from folks I know in Midland, it seems like we're really, really far apart. And so that's why, I love deadlines, because it makes people actually get to a place. But we have a deadline, that's gone. So what becomes the next real impetus to actually get everybody to sit at the table and lock themselves in the room for 5 hours to get it done?
well, in my opinion, it costs more money if we don't do it immediately. If we don't get this fixed, it costs more money. So the deadline is the same regardless of, so we have the September 1st of 2025 deadline. Well, if we don't make that deadline before September 1st, then the amortization period that we're required to be at goes from a 30-year to a 25-year. So that is a deadline that costs more money. Everything costs more money if we don't come to a solution.
Madam Chair. As I recall at our last meeting, there was some issue where one of the actuaries had not yet calculated the same benefit cost changes as the other actuary. Has all of that been resolved? Have the city's actuaries and the fund's actuaries, done their pricings and have worked out the differences?
Yeah, so, so the fund uses Red and Wisdom and Red and Wisdom, sent some questions to the city's actuary, who was Foster to Foster, to get some answers on how they came up with some of the baseline numbers, just because there were a few differences. They weren't huge differences, but they wanted to know, like, okay, how do we get to the same thing? As far as I know, those differences haven't been resolved. We may ask Rebecca here to have an answer to that.
I would offer, I believe what you're referring to is actually related to the proposed benefit changes. That was what we were waiting on at that time from Red and Wisdom, and we have received that documentation from them since we were here last. Foster and Foster has reconciled their numbers to Red and Wisdom's numbers, and we're able to use those going forward.
All right.
Go back to the old wisdom of seek to understand and not make assumptions here. So one of the things that I've heard from a variety of folks in Minden is something I just love clarification on. Right? And I'm not saying this is a true statement. I'm not saying it's a false statement. I don't know if it's an accurate statement at all. But like most boards, the folks that sit on the board that are active firefighters are very close to retirement. And there's not a lot of newer hires on board. Again, logical reason for that. But is there any difference with the design and the plans that are in the MOU that would materially impact the older firefighters versus the younger firefighters, to where everybody's like truly arm in arm and saying, hey, we're trying to solve this for everybody, not just a subgroup?
Well, I'll say to the fact that, so I am one of those younger, I say younger, I'm not, I have significant amount of years left still to work there, but, so that was the goal, is that we don't want to affect one group differently than the other. We want to make sure, but when it boils down to it, you have to look at you have to look at who's going to be voting on these changes, and you have to see, okay, well, when a guy has worked here for 25 years and he's right there at the end of his career, are we going to extend his career for an additional how many years? So I mean, there's a lot of factors in there, but that is a thing that is being looked at all the time, and the education is fixing to begin on trying to get these members up to speed on how to on what changes could be. But yet again, this is why I say don't tell me how I have to come up with 5%. Just let me go out and figure out how to come up with the 5%, because I have to go through and I have to talk to the young firefighter just like I have to talk to the guy that's going to retire tomorrow, and I have to figure out how they're going to vote so that we can get something passed through this, because this is, I mean, clearly any change that happens is going to affect the guys sitting at this table, and and the guys that, and the brand new guys. So we want to make sure that it's fair and it's equal, and that everybody understands why these changes have to be made, because we want to make sure that this plan is sustainable for forever.
The reason I asked the question is there's no way to avoid conflicts of interest entirely in life in general, but particularly in this process. But it's much more helpful to know where those conflicts exist so that they can be addressed head on, as opposed to potentially people not being aware of those conflicts. Both the firefighters that are going to vote, and obviously the board themselves, and just more transparent that is, I'll say it again, it doesn't sound like y'all are very far away, and my philosophy is when would now be a good time? So it's like, let's get it done, because it just, otherwise it's going to be September 1st. We're going to be trying to hustle to get it done. It feels like we can get it October 1st, which is like Monday. So I'll just sit down and get it done. This has been going on so long, and you're right, it's costing everybody money. Every day this goes by, and we've been, I don't think there's a meeting we haven't talked about this in the last 4 years. So let's fix that.
We agree.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have appreciate Mr. Shook's remarks. I completely agree. It is not difficult to come up with a plan that is fair. Take the folks who are right at retirement and exempt them from any changes. Just phase them in, so the farther away you are from retirement, the more significant the change. Your actuary can do that in a couple of days.
And we have studied a plan that does look that way, so that is one thing that we're gonna go talk to the membership about, see what route they would rather go, so that we can get something moving, because obviously it takes time to have these votes and this education, so we want to get started on it as soon as possible.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you all. Moving on to our next agenda item, we'll have an update from Nacogdoches County Hospital District retirement plan. I'll note no one representatives from the hospital district to provide remarks on this agenda item. Morning, please introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Lynn Lindsay, I'm the CFO of the district. And if you would, I'd like to just read a statement that I think will answer a lot of questions and provide the update that I appreciate. That's it for.
That's perfect.
Okay. At your request, I'm here to update you on the Nacogdoches County Hospital District benefit plan. And the district takes its responsibilities under the plan seriously and understands the importance. And I want to address a few items first. First of all, the defined benefit plan was frozen in September of 2017. In 2021, it was 104% fully funded. Our initial belief at that point in time was to terminate the plan then and return funds to the participants. I know there was some confusion about the communication or miscommunication coming from PRB. However, what our retirement committee heard was enough to support the termination of the plan and continue down the road that we're on now. What we didn't want to happen was to find ourselves in the predicament of we are unfunded and unable to contribute to the fund. Secondly, we've heard comments from PRB that the plan is not communicated with participants about the plan status. We have confirmed that participants receive annual updates about the plan every year, and we are continuing to work with legal counsel to make sure that we are communicating as required in Texas law. And finally, as of today, we're working with multiple legal counsel to develop a path forward. In August of this year, at the end of August, our TPA resigned. The next day, our actuary resigned, and right now we're in the process of finding new help on that end. The board is meeting Friday to consider terminating the plan or to consider and approve other actions to address the unfunded liabilities. Also, the board did approve a resolution Monday night to amend the plan and to remove the lump sum option. In evaluating any action to the plan, the district is committed to following PRB guidelines and applicable statutes. We are also considering our public purpose to provide indigent health care to the community and the interests of our employees, present and past. And we take these obligations very seriously. And that basically summarizes where we are today.
Did you have comments as well?
Yes, I'm Lisa King. I am the board chair. We are an elected board in Nacogdoches County. I've served on that board for many years, and I'm also a nurse, a forensic nurse. I do a lot of stuff with the Attorney General's office. Regardless, in 1980, my husband became an EMT. He ran the EMS service for the county for 40 years and retired in 2020. So I am actually, a consumer of our retirement plan, our families. We look very, very seriously. I take this personally. We talked earlier, you mentioned conflict of interest, making sure that any decision that the board makes, I am not voting on because it would be considered a conflict of interest. However, when I was made aware that the board, the PRB, was very concerned of our unfunded status, Ms. Lindsay and I got together and we started working with council trying to figure out what options we had. And at one point, we were trying to explore the option of using operating cash to start funding the fall in the plan. We have not been able to get a definite answer on that, so the board is going to be requesting an Attorney General opinion on that. Part of the gross receipts that the hospital district has is from sales tax that's generated within the county. The rest is operating expenses. We also have some other programs that we do with nursing homes, QUIP funding. So there are some other opportunities to fund, we think, that would not involve public funds, but we don't have an answer for that yet. When we met the other night, we did discuss what the options were. We do have some members that have been on the committee for a while that realize that we need to stop the hemorrhage and wish we could have done that when the account was fully funded. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and here we are. So we're here to assure to the board that we are looking closely at this. We do have an emergency meeting, a special board meeting called for Friday of this week, where we are looking at options, possibly terminating and disseminating what we can to the members. So that's the current status of where we are. And of course, I'll entertain questions as well.
Questions?
How many lines are we talking about? Tired.
How many lives?
Presently, we have 20 current employees that's in the plan. We have roughly, and this is roundabout figure, 360 that are pulling, that are drawing annuities, and 650 that are vested, but they're not. They have full. So roughly a total of a little under 1,000.
And what's the size of the shortfall?
Roughly 14 million. 14 million is where.
And that 14 million is an obligation that unfolds over many years. So it's not like you can come up with 14 million right away.
We lost the big drop was from 21 to 22. That was, market loss. We were fully funded. I think we had roughly, for lack of not quote the exact amount, we had 50 million in our fund. And as the following year, I think we were down to 38.
What I'm saying though is you don't know that 14 million this year or next year. It's an obligation at one time to pay off. And you should be able to manage. As one board member up here, my primary concern has been that sometimes it seems like we haven't heard from y'all. Second, also that our understanding is perhaps your members have not been apprised of condition front. Obviously, you've heard from us. We're talking now. What's the status of communicating with your plan membership?
With our plan membership, we have not sent any formal statements out to our plan members. Now, like I stated, our principal, the plan is with principal, and they send out annual statements to the members, but not from us.
Do those annual statements provide full information about the status of the plan and fund?
That's accurate.
I would say that I I think it's very important that your members have a clear understanding of the status of things.
And I would agree with you on that. The frustration that, that a lot of us see is that we're more capable of interpreting the data that comes out in those letters to the membership than many of the people are that receive those letters. Some of them go, and that's all they do with it. So when we have our board meetings, the agenda item is posted that we are, possibly taking action on the defined benefit plan. And when we froze this account in 2017, it was done because we were working off of 1980 something actuarial tables. Of course, people are living longer. So we noted that that was a big part of the issue with it. Hearing the other groups and their responses, when we started looking at the program, we've done multiple amendments on the program over the years. One of the things that I appreciate you saying was the younger members who are running a family, having children, they didn't want to give as big of a percentage as people that were closer to retirement age. But it was mandated everybody would have to do the same amount. And we amended the program so that there could be different group levels, different tiers, and you could actually opt out of having to contribute to the program. And that worked pretty well. But then again, when you have a defined benefit program that is frozen and you have members taking out their money, but you're not putting into that fund, and the market shortfall that occurred a couple of years ago, you can see why this is definitely into an upside down situation. But I want to assure you that the Nacogdoches County Hospital Board is looking at this. We do have options on the table. And I feel like right now we do need more information to make an informed decision. And our attorneys are working towards getting that information for us.
Just a follow-up question on not having heard from you. Later on in our meetings, we talk about who is not compliant with providing forms, and Nacogdoches is mentioned as not having provided the annual financial report for 21, 22, or 23, even though they're due.
I can answer that. The 21 is completed. I apologize for not sending it. It is strictly based on what all has transpired there at the district and the hospital. I could provide that tomorrow. 22, the auditor is having difficulties getting the actuary reports and everything in time. There's numbers down. I spoke with him yesterday. And as soon as I can complete that, 3 hours will be sold.
The annual financial report, does it require actuarial information?
It's part of the audit of that.
Chair. So I just want to recap from my own knowledge here. So basically, it's froze the plan, can't add to it anymore. The plan was to effectively go away entirely. And it was fully funded. At that point in time, though, the asset allocation and the investments were left intact and at market risk. Market had a problem. That created this issue, and we can't add money back to it to help fix it. Is that a good summary?
That's a good summary. We are requesting through our county attorney an AG's opinion.
To be able to add cash.
Should be able to put cash back in the
But so the wonderful world of hindsight is, as soon as it was decided, it should have had everything basically immunized. It should have gone to risk-free assets at that point in time. We got it covered. Let's just book it.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. I
That's
hope the same people that have made that decision are not making the new decision. But it may be what it is, and people learn from their mistakes. But If you terminate the plan now, while there's a shortfall, then basically everybody's just not gonna get what they were due. Is there any way, and I know this may be the answer as you're finding out, is there any way for that to effectively be given to them in the form of a note or a loan from the hospital district to them and said, look, we didn't handle this right, but we're gonna make you right, it's just gonna take money. Or is that a possibility or is it not?
I think the question right now that we're faced with is being a governmental entity and giving government public funds to a particular group. Not the county as a whole.
Right.
We've got to get that question answered.
And that I definitely can see being really sticky.
Every way we've turned is
So
sticky.
here's the, I can imagine. And I feel for them. And that's why, my comments are really directed at the group as a whole, and obviously not the two of you that had the courage to come here and sit for us, which we appreciate. But going back to Mr. Brainer's comments, if I was one of those retirees and I didn't know there's a strong possibility that I'm going to take a haircut on what I think I'm going to get, and I found out all of a sudden it was happening, that's really hard to plan for. If they have the ability to plan ahead that there might be a problem, and I understand not wanting to create a whole lot of overreaction, but transparency helps a lot in this instance. And I certainly wouldn't want really bad things to happen where those people feel like they were blindsided, etc. That can create a lot more. So communication with us and communication with the folks that are impacted in this is really, really important. Now, just from my knowledge, as somebody who's a full-time investment person, where does the asset allocation sit today? Has it changed at all, or is it exactly the same? What's it look like now?
I believe it's the same.
Okay. So the mess that was created, good news is the market's been strong. Rates have come down a little bit. That's helped the fixed income side of the portfolio, et cetera. But it can turn again, and it can turn again really quickly. So let's not compound the mistake by not doing what needs to be done. And I'm not going to pretend to give you all advice on what that looks like. You've got to get counsel. But what is the asset allocation? Ballpark. Is it 100% stocks, 50% stocks, 0% stocks?
I want to say 60% stock.
It's like the 60-40 traditionally, which was lousy in 21-22, but it's been better in 2024. All right. So, I would just say, y'all have obviously lost providers because they're not wanting to be stuck with responsibility for if this thing doesn't get fixed. Finding providers who can give you good counsel and then figure out the right way to mitigate the damage and protect against future damage, then just over communicate. The more you over communicate, the less problems you're going to have later. It may be a little bit of a pain when you have to answer on phone calls, but I think they deserve it.
And I appreciate that comment, and I would 100% agree with you. Being a consumer of the plan, it definitely, provides some unstable ground. I will say that at our meeting Friday, it's already been in the paper this morning. So I've had a few comments, a few text messages about it. I know there'll be a lot of people there. The publisher of our local newspaper is doing everything he can to get it front and center as well. But we will be also developing some type of communication with all of the members. Not principal. We're gonna do that.
Well, the advantage that you have is you're able to say very honestly to everybody, what is good for you is going to be good for me. So we're aligned trying to fix this thing. And that's a position of strength that you possess and you possess individually because you are concerned. And so they're going to look to you for leadership. You may not have wanted it, but you did. This is an elected office. If I heard you
correct. Yes.
You did ask for it. So now you got it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that lately through the sale of the hospital that unfortunately failed. And we took operations back over 6 months ago. Has it been that long? Yeah. So we are once again operating. And then the question came up when we had some funds available to us. Why did we not try to fund that shortfall? And we were told by our attorneys, well, you really need to keep about 10 million in your suitcase in case this deal that you're into with this other provider fails, which indeed it did fail. And Lynn is a financial genius and had us up to 10 million in our coffers, which now, of course, is all going to operations. So the desire, of course, is to find a buyer, a system to come in and take the hospital back over so that we can go back to just running the district and taking care of the EMS service and some of the other things that we do. And at that point, if we get an opinion that says you can go back and start refunding, of course, that's something we would like to do, but we don't have that information.
Questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
That's kind of on the stuff to lead us through a few items line.
And I will follow on Aaron's thing to present. So
Right, good morning, Chair and members. Tamara Aaronstein, General Counsel, presenting on Chapter 607 rules for the minimum educational training program. Jasmine Lewis is at the table with me as well, so we can both answer any questions that you may have. As you remember, we had a very lengthy presentation on these rules at the July board meeting. This presentation should be quicker. We'll go over the timeline, public comment, high-level summary of rule changes, and next steps. All right, next slide, please. Great, so you've seen this timeline before. We presented the draft proposed rules to the Education Committee in May. We sent those draft rules out for informal stakeholder comment. We made updates based on committee and stakeholder feedback and presented the proposed rules to the full board in July, and the board voted to propose those rules. The rules were published in the Texas Register on August 9th. No formal comments were received, and that brings us to today for consideration of rule adoption. Slide. As we discussed at the July meeting, we worked closely with stakeholders to get their input on current rules and draft rules throughout this process. We held a stakeholder meeting last December with about 25 participants. We also had some one-on-one follow-up discussions. When the proposed rules were published in the Texas Register in August, we did not receive any formal comment. And I do want to note that in addition to the publication in the Register, we also publicized the posting of the comment period in our weekly news clips, on our website and in social media as well. Next slide. So this slide and the following slide show the key changes.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I don't know if anybody on the board has necessarily questions about the proposed rule changes, but since we've seen them before, I would be fine if we just skip this presentation in the interest of time. I know the meeting's gonna run long, and I know some of our other agenda items are gonna take a lot more board discussion. So if no one objects.
I support that.
absolutely.
Great.
Thanks.
So,
All right, are there any questions or discussion further on the board on this matter?
Appreciate all the work that's gone into this.
Absolutely. I will entertain a motion to repeal 40 Texas Administration Code Chapter 607 and adopt the new rules as presented in Texas Administration Code Chapter 607 pertaining to the minimum education training program.
So moved.
second.
A motion was made by Ms. Levy and seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the repeal of the Texas Administration Code Chapter 607 and adoption of the new rules are approved as presented.
Perfect.
Go on to Mr. Zook for item number 10.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to investment committee consideration and possible action to adopt repeal of 40 TAC section 609.109 and the amendments to 40 TAC sections 609.105 and 609.111 pertaining to investment expense 40. Or I'll ask you to continue presenting for item 10A.
Okay, I have a brief presentation prepared, but I can just let you all know at a higher level that we did not receive any formal comment or informal comment period. There are no changes to the rule on adoption. So unless you have any questions on the rule proposals that we presented in July, I can turn that over to the board, because that's how I'll proceed.
Board have any other questions related to that, more than we asked in July? Okay, I will entertain a motion to adopt the repeal of 40 Texas Administration Code Section 609.109 and amendments as presented to 40 Texas Administration Code Sections 609.105 and 609.111 pertaining to investment expense reporting.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. A motion was made by Mr. Brainerd and seconded by Ms. Levy. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say nay. Guys have it. Repeal of 40 Texas Administration Code Section 609.109, adoption of amendments approved as presented. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll now ask Robert Munter to present on item 10B.
Hey, good morning, board. Again, my name is Robert Munter, I'm the investment analyst, and I'll be covering items 10B. And I will also go very efficiently here today for everyone. So first, I do just want to give an update for the IPE status on the next slide. And so basically, we have actually received it in Fire's IPE. We're still in the process of just reviewing everything. So far, it looks like they've completed everything that was required. And so we should be good with them. And then the THA systems, we are still waiting on their evaluation, which will cover both of them. And in that situation, I believe that they are just waiting for their board meeting to come around, and then they'll be able to get that to us. And then we'll be complete with all the evaluations that we are expecting for this cycle. As far as for additional updates with the required tests that we need to do for the statute, we have been made all of the IPDs that we have so far received available on our website. We have completed our summaries that are required by the statute for us to provide to the legislature. And in the packet, you have the summarized draft of the recommendations that we've collected from all the various evaluations so far. And we are working on the investment performance report, which we create and then we will put into the biennial. And those recommendation summaries that we have as a draft will also go with it. Additionally, and I'll talk about this in a couple of slides here about our recommended legislative updates to the statute for the IPPs. We did send them out or send out for feedback from the systems last month, and we have not received any feedback for them. So at this time, we think that the recommendations that we have, and we will be looking for the board's adoption here for them. We will be looking for that, and we think that they're at a place to where we can definitely move forward with them. Now, just as a couple of overviews as to what we've seen this far, this cycle with the IPP evaluations, just as a couple updates. They were very similar to, as far as recommendations or the amount of evaluations that had recommendations were very similar to what was seen last time. So about 60% of the evaluations had some form of a recommendation, and 40% of them did not. On the next slide, so we'll cover just real quickly here, what were the type of recommendations, what were the things that the evaluators were calling out this time. So even though there were a lot less evaluations, there were still a large number of recommendations that were made this time. So that was back in 2020, there were about 237 recommendations made. And then this time there were still 166 recommendations. But the overall theme that we saw from the recommendations this time was a lot more focus on some small adjustments to the IPS languages, as well as a focus on more timely sort of recommendations with a larger emphasis on the capital market changes that we've seen over the past couple of years, making sure that systems are keeping their performance benchmarks and the selection criteria for their managers more in line and making sure that they're staying up to date with the markets. And then that's partly what you can see with the recommendations by category. So for a large number of the recommendations that we broke them out into various categories, the majority of them saw significant reductions in the recommendations or the amount of recommendations that they had. And it was only the manager selection monitoring sections and the overall general IPS type of recommendations that were still either fairly close to what they were back in 2020. So that was the largest sections that we saw.
May I make an observation?
Sure.
It's very interesting. Significant reductions in governance recommendations, investment fee recommendations, and asset allocation. I'm not asking you this because I don't want to put you on the spot, but it would be interesting to know whether those factors changed.
So there were some changes in the summarized draft version of the recommendations that we have. It has both so for all the recommendations that we had previously, if they did not show up again, we had them color coded into red, so that way it's more visible that way. And then any new recommendations were made in green. And so this is also in the packet. And then if there was any recommendations that were present last time in 2020 to today, they were still there. So what we saw was that the variety of recommendations really got narrowed down to a couple of them. And in the later slides here, we sort of cover what were the highest ones. But the focus, again, it was really more on tweaking sort of the allocations and the IPS language around making sure that it's still up to date with the market. So there wasn't as large white sweeping sort of recommendations for, some of the ones from last time that were most concerning were some systems didn't have written IPS policies governing investment fees. We didn't see that this time around. Now that could be also because this is for just those 100 million plus systems. And in another 3 years, we'll have, again, the full, any system that has more than 30 million assets, they'll have to do that. But the larger, more concerning recommendations have decreased quite drastically.
Thank you.
Mr. Mentor, is there any consistency in the 57% versus 47% or 40%? 57% who received comments, recommendations, the type of plans they are, so smaller versus larger, state versus non-state. Is there any consistency in that group versus the other group?
So typically what we've seen is that and this was something that we brought up last time back in 2020, was that the systems that generally the evaluations that did not have a recommendation were predominantly, if I remember right, it was almost maybe 90-ish% were done by an investment consultant.
A single investment?
Well, not a single one, but the investment consultant for the system was conducting their evaluation of the plan. Now, part of that was explained by the investment consultants when we asked them about that, was that, in general, they're always making recommendations for the plans. So to have an evaluation, 3 years, they might not have a particular recommendation at that time because they're constantly working with the system already. So they might not have anything for the report, but they're doing, the work during that time period. But this was also one of the reasons why we continue to recommend that systems and encourage them to use an independent third party, just because that'll provide another perspective. And that is usually where we see a large number of recommendations and evaluations, is when a third party comes in and looks at it, just because they're going to provide some form of recommendation or a different analysis on it.
Well, that is where my next question is going to be, is do we know how many, use the phrase I've used several times, Fox or in the in-house, where they're evaluating their own performance and grading their own homework, so to speak? Did we see a material change in the number of systems that did go out and take our recommendation to get a third party involved, as opposed to continue to have somebody, teaching, the student grading their own homework?
Yes, so we do have those numbers. It basically it was about a 10% increase this time. So I looked specifically at the systems that had 100 million last time, and what was the change. So there was, at least right now, I believe there was 4 more systems swapped from using an investment consultant to using a third party. And so that's about 10%, because you're expecting about 35 evaluations. So there was a change, but there's still a fairly significant amount of investment consultant use.
And next time we're going to get the smaller plans where it's even higher probability that they're gonna be using their own internal consultant to be making these recommendations. So I'll just go on the record for all plans in the state. It is not best practice to have the student grade their own homework. It is best practice to go out and have somebody that is an independent third party to make recommendations about how the plan could be better in these particular areas. And so hopefully between now and a couple of years from now, people have plenty of time to plan, budget, etc., to hire someone to be that third party. Because it really does make a huge difference when it comes to governance, when it comes to evaluating the quality of the work of the consultant themselves.
I would add, it's not only best practice, but I think it's also in the best interest of the beneficiaries of the funds.
Well, with that, we have kind of talked about the recommendations themselves. So again, the overall theme for the next couple of slides, I don't need to go into each of the various recommendations themselves, but the overall theme was just that a lot of the recommendations were focused on making sure that they're staying up to date with the capital markets, and a lot of just tweaks to the IPS as far as adding some additional criteria or updating a benchmark was really the theme that we saw pop up the most. I mean, there's still other types of varieties, and that can of course be seen in the summarized recommendations list that we do have available in the packet, and that will of course make available with our report for the biennium. But if we move on to the next one there. So for this, just want to cover a couple of key things that we're going to be including in our report. We are going to have a lot of the same sections as last time, but we will be having a lot more of an analysis between comparing the 2020 evaluation to the 2024. Additionally, after sort of covering this towards the end of my presentation, we will have the legislative recommendations that we do have that if the board does look to adopt, then we will include a section therefore covering what those are, and sort of why we think they're important, and things that would help explain where they came about. Additionally, we will have the PRB analysis covering all of the recommendations, the top recommendations by section, and then something that we brought up before in previous meetings is our concern with some of the evaluations themselves being highly similar to what was seen last time, where there was essentially no real update other than maybe just updating some of the numbers and literally maybe just the date, where it was so similar that there was just too much similarity. And so that's something that we will be just raising as a concern this time. And when we do get to the next evaluation cycle, we will be reaching out to systems just to make sure that they're aware that, again, using third party is best practice. But again, that we don't want this evaluation to more or less turn to a checkbox type of a report. Otherwise, then if we continue to see that issue, it's something that we'll bring up to the board, and then we could look to do further legislative recommendations. So for this slide, I'm just going to cover a couple of new things that we will be including, and these are really just some callouts that we did want to mention. So from the 2020 evaluation, there were some systems, and one particular, their evaluator had a couple of recommendations for them to make some large changes to their investments and how they were sort of managing them. So the board itself was having a lot of a very heavy active role in managing investments, and the recommendation was to more or less offload that to an OCIO, someone else to basically take over all the responsibilities with it. And that was something that they went ahead and did. And in this evaluation cycle, that same evaluator went and looked at everything again, and the board itself had a couple of comments to where that recommendation was incredibly helpful to them. They were able to focus more on managing other aspects of the plan, and they were able to offload a lot of the responsibilities, which made it a lot easier for the board to operate. So that's something that we will be bringing up, as well as the other examples that some of the evaluators were able to include in the evaluations that we've seen this cycle. So some other examples of that are, some of them took this as an opportunity to provide a status update on the previous recommendations, as they might not have had anything right now for them to do this time, but they were able to provide an update as to what were the benefits that were being seen from the previous process that the system went through, as well as what were the benefits from it. So that's something that we'll be calling out because that's very helpful for us to see in other systems to see that using a third party and these type of recommendations can be very helpful if you embrace the process. And then additionally, the last thing that we'll be calling out is that back in 2021, the legislature did update the statute for the IPPEs a little bit to allow for a review and comment period, which is essentially where the board itself would review the evaluation and then provide commentary as to the feedback and recommendations that were made from the evaluator, essentially offering them an opportunity to state, these are the recommendations that we saw, what's our action plan going forward, or any type of commentary that they would want to include. So a number of the systems did provide a couple of these review and comment sections, which we think is very important for transparency. And so we're going to be calling that out just because, systems that are taking advantage of this and are doing this is a lot more beneficial for the stakeholders because they're able to see what is the plan going forward. And if things aren't following through, stakeholders themselves can, ask the boards, why aren't we doing anything on this? This was something that was recommended. So that covers pretty much the overview of what we're going to be doing for the IPR. We will be looking to have that finished up this coming month and then ready for the biennial report in November. And so before I continue on with the legislative updates, I just want to check if there's any other questions that we've got so far. Okay. All right, so for this, we do have two recommendations that we have. Now, these are pretty much the same as what was brought up last time on our board meeting, but they have been fleshed out a little bit more. And again, we're not really trying to have a large impact on the statute itself as to what's already required. These recommendations are more just providing additional clarity and hoping to simplify some of the aspects of the timing and requirements there that are determining the applicability of for the systems. So for the first recommendation that we have, this is really looking to address a potential issue that we can see come around. And this was actually partly from something that we heard from one of the systems actually recommending this idea, which was instead of the timing period as to when this evaluation is due, currently the way that it's structured, it would be following the system. So the issue that we're trying to avoid is potentially in the future, a system may, just because of timing of when their assets reach the required threshold that's stated in statute, they could end up being a loan system having to do the evaluation by themselves in a given year. And then everyone else is on potentially, right now, all the systems that are currently sitting at the 100 million or more asset threshold, they're on the 3-year cycle. But someone may eventually go up into the 100 million club and basically be on their own cycle because of that. So we want to make a recommendation that instead the statute be updated to where there's just a 3-year cycle and a 6-year cycle. And then depending upon what that asset threshold applicability is, if a system falls into that, they just fall into the next reporting period for that cycle. So that way it keeps everyone together in just a 3 or 6 year. There's not going to be a situation that'll come about in the future where one system's off on their own. It's just a 3 year or 6 year, 2 different reporting dates. That's it.
Great. We'll tackle that one first before we go to the second. Any questions on it? Clarifies time. Okay, great.
2. Okay. So for number 2, it's all this. So this second one is also along the same idea of providing additional clarity. So the issue that we could foresee eventually happening because systems will grow in asset size, hopefully. So they will eventually move up to where they will have a day where they will be going from below the threshold, whether it be under the 30 million threshold or under the 100 million, and then they'll go above it. And the way that the statute is currently written, it would be looking at the preceding fiscal year. But because of how the window that they have for providing the evaluations, there's a little bit of a gray area that could emerge where a system could have, be put into the requirement 1 year, but then the next year they actually fall below it before they've completed their evaluation. And so it creates this sort of gray area of, do they really need to do the evaluation, or what is the ultimate requirement here? And so what we're looking for is just to modify the statute to provide a lot more clarity to that. So we have three options that we essentially created. The first one is the one that was presented last time, and then the other two were two additional ones that we wanted to send out to systems in case they had a preference with it. But again, we didn't have any systems providing feedback on these. So for the first option, the way that we were doing this is we're going to still use the same assets.
If I can, Robert, just to, in the interest of time again. So the staff's position and the investment committee's position is the option A is a better option. And option B and C are viable. They're obviously in the packet for it. But the reason why A is the preferred option of the investment committee is because the fact that if somebody goes above it and then they drop below it, you don't just let them not report for a system that's right there on the bubble unless their liabilities actually go below the threshold as well. So if they have a bad year in the market, liabilities are still high, then they still have to report. It's only if their asset drops and their liability drops as well, then they would be exempt from the next cycle. Is that a good summary? Or I don't want
Yes.
to speak here. Got it? So that's the reason is it doesn't just tie it to the market volatility, it ties it actually to the actual health of the system, which ties to the life. What would you add to that, if anything?
I mean, the main thing is that, this change would not impose a necessarily a high requirement on anybody because we're still, the first criteria is still looking at that assets. So, this is not going to cause some system that's not having to report every 3 years because they're sitting at 60 million in assets, all of a sudden have to do it because their liabilities are that high. Their assets still have to make their way up to above that $100 million threshold. It's just the liabilities, essentially, as you said, keeps them from falling back below. If they're at that point.
And B, it was just, looking at a longer time frame and smoothing it, and C was basically looking at it as a high watermark, and once they're there forever. Which was viewed as probably not appropriate as plans to shrink over time. They run down, they roll off, etc. Smoothing is a viable option, but ultimately just bad performance, and they get less funded and less funded and less funded. Doesn't feel like a reason to exempt them from a requirement to report. Right. So happy to answer questions.
I have a question. How does it work? How does this work in conjunction with the first recommendation where you're putting them in the 3 or 6 year cycle? I mean, once they trigger it, do they trigger it and they have to report the next cycle? Or even if we adopt the second recommendation, I mean, before they hit that next cycle date, what if both assets and the total pension liability fall below the threshold? Do they not report then?
So the way that we have the recommendation that we would be structuring it is that for the first one, essentially they would just fall into whatever it is. So, and I mean, the legislature can, if they want to do anything more specific, they can, but the idea would just be that, ultimately, once they hit that qualifier, whatever that next date ends up being, that due date, that would just be whatever, the next one is. The worst case would be that you essentially have a very small system, right? Under 30 million, that's not required to report right now, go above it. Worst case, as far as reporting timeline, would be that they luck out and they have 6 years before the next evaluation would be due. That would be the longest time period that you would see. Otherwise, you're looking at a system just falling into it, and maybe in a year or two they have to do a report.
If I can add to that, which I think addresses your question. Once they cross the threshold from assets, they have to file once.
Okay.
But the determination whether they file the next time would be based on the liability test if they fall below the asset.
Okay. So, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions related to this legislative recommendation? Okay, for clarity, before we vote on this, option A is the suggestion that we're going to make to the board that we put up to entertain a motion for that particular recommendation 2, to be very clear on it. So at this point in time, we're going to entertain a motion to adopt the investment practices and performance evaluation of legislative recommendations as presented using option A or recommendation 2.
Support.
A motion has been made by Mr. Gonzalez and seconded by Ms. Dush. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the recommendations are adopted as presented. I will now ask Mr. Brainerd to introduce item 11. Thank you, Mr. Munter.
Thank you, Mr. Zucker. B, consent items 1 A. PRB staff action. Welcome.
I'm David Fee, the staff actuary for the Pension Review Board, here to present items 11A, the AV report, and 11B, the FSRP. So today we're going to go over a condensed AV report. We produced the same slides as the July board meeting, but most are going to appear in the appendix in the interest of time. So we're going to go over system news, major assumption changes, funding progress, system overview, and systems with funding periods over 40 years. And then for the FSRP report, we'll go over the status changes since the July board meeting and then the status by category. So for Texas news, I would just like to first announce that the Astros for the 8th year in a row have made the playoffs. So I think it's due to my lucky Astros tie. And the first item on here is Beaumont Fire, who is in the room with us, but did not applaud when I mentioned the Astros. They are subject to an FSRP, but they have reduced the funding period from infinite in 2020 down to 33 years today. Dallas ERF updated the preliminary FSRP. The member contribution increases are only for Tier A and not Tier B under the new version. And we think that's good because there wasn't much room to increase the Tier B without members paying the full cost of their benefits. They did put guardrails in place on the city contribution rate. And so, anytime there are guardrails around the ABC, you could get to a point where you have to do another FSRP. But what they put in place is that the city council has the discretion to waive those guardrails in any given year. So in any given year where they end up with a funding period over 30 years, the city council would have to make a choice at that time, whether to waive the guardrails to stay under it, or do they need to go back to the table. Denison Fire removed their flat dollar cap on benefits. So if you remember from recent intensive reviews with Abilene Fire and Wichita Falls Fire, those flat dollar caps can cause problems well into the future, especially for newer hires. But Denison Fire was able to remove that and still stay near the 40-year target of the 15-year funding. Floresville Electric, they created a new tier with smaller benefits for new hires. Irving Fire, now that their total ABC contribution is reduced to below 26% of pay, both the city and the member contributions have decreased under their arrangement to below 13%. So under their arrangement, when things are going well, you can actually have a reduction in both the member and city contributions. Nacogdoches County Hospital, we already heard from today. Sweetwater Fire sent us an FSRP update. So while Denison Fire removed their flat dollar cap, Sweetwater Fire is considering implementing one. We did send them an email reminding them about our new funding guidelines 7. If you remember, new funding guidelines 7 reminds boards just that they need to understand the impact of benefit reductions on all tiers of benefits. So we asked them to make sure they pay particular attention to new and future hires as to how the flat dollar cap would impact them. Then Wichita Falls Fire, who was one of our legacy FSRP plans, has now triggered a new FSRP, and so we'll be interested to hear their next steps. So now moving on to significant economic assumption changes. Austin Police reduced their payroll growth rate from 3 down to 2.5%. Beaumont Fire increased their payroll growth rate from 3 to 3.25%. But as they discussed with me just before this presentation, they have actually voted to lower their discount rate from 7.5 to 7.25. Colorado River increased their discount rate from 5.75 to 6, but obviously 6 is still well below our Texas. Denison Fire lowered theirs from 7.5 to 7.25. Galveston Wharves lowered it from 7.25 to 7. Wichita Falls Fire, who's now subject to an FSRP, had a significant reduction in their payroll growth rate from 4 down to 3%, and then also lowered the discount rate from 7.75 to 7.5. So that's the way we like to see it. You know, some systems I think try to wait to reduce assumptions to more reasonable rates when they think it looks pretty to do so. But you know, I think FSRPs are most impactful if you lower your assumptions to what you think is reasonable while you're in the middle of doing the FSRP, so that you're ensuring that when you make the changes that they stick. And so we also heard from Texarkana Fire after these materials were produced, they are now going to be at risk, but they also, like Wichita Falls Fire, reduced both their payroll growth rate and discount rate. And so again, you know, at the beginning of an FSRP process or even before, you know, that's where we like to see it done so that if changes are made, they're more likely to be actualized. So now looking at funding progress over the last 2 years, if you look beneath each bar, we show our last several board meeting dates. And you can see the expected return, the average expected return decreasing over time. And since lower expected returns result in an increased chance of meeting expectations, we do like that trend of going down over time. If you look at that top line where TRS and ERS are weighted as 2/3 of the results, the average funded ratio has remained steady at around 79%. The bottom line is where TRS and ERS are each just 1/100th of the average. And on that basis, we've increased from 73.5% or so to over 74%. And then we rearranged these bars a little bit to realign with the new funding guidelines. So the new funding guidelines call for 30-year funding period today, and then reaching a 15-year funding period by 2040. So at the bottom, you can see that we already have 35 systems under that 2040 target of a 15-year funding period, and that's up from 32 years ago. And then if you look at the top of the bars, the number of systems above the 30-year funding period has decreased from 28 systems in 2022 down to 21 today. So now looking at system overview by type, we have 7 statewide systems. They have a median funding period of 14 years. 6 and soon to be 7 of those systems all have funding periods below 30 years, and 4 of those 7 have already reached the 15-year term. None of those systems, they have a median funding ratio of 89%, and none of those statewide systems are under the 65% funding ratio that can trigger an immediate FSRP after 2025. We have 42 Telfer systems. They have a median funding period of 27 years. 27 of those systems are already below the 30-year funding target, and 6 of those 42 systems have reached the 2040 target of 15 years. They have a median funded ratio of 63%. And remember that, you know, after September 1st, 2025, a funded ratio below 65% can trigger an FSRP if the funding period is also above 30. So 24 out of those 42 systems are below that 65% threshold. We have 17 municipal systems. They have a median funding period of 24. 12 of those 17 systems are below the 30-year funding target, and 2 have reached the 2040 target. They have a median funding ratio of 77%, with 6 of those 17 systems below that 65% threshold. We have 34 810 systems. All but Nacogdoches are under the 30-year funding target, and 23 out of the 34 systems are under the 15-year funding target. And with a median funding ratio of 85%, there's just 3 out of those 34 systems that are below that 65% threshold. So now, the systems with funding periods greater than 40 years.
Would you mind repeating for me? Health plans, what percentage or 65%?
There are 24 out of 42 systems that are below 65% funded ratio.
Over half. the systems are below.
Yes, but they have a median funded ratio of 27. So what we see with a lot of them is they had a very low funded ratio, and then they've made changes ongoing contribution rates on both the city and member side, which has gotten them to the necessary funding period, but it takes a while before that reaches the funded ratio.
Going in the correct direction, just starting low.
Yeah, so as an example, Odessa Fire is one of our lower funded ratios, but they have, I believe, a 23-year funding period based on their contribution rates. And I believe it's at 22 where they start turning the corner to where they're actually no longer in negative amortization, and they would start paying off the unfunded liability. So it's at that point, maybe a year from now, where we'd hopefully see them starting to increase that funded ratio.
We also have situations like Abilene and Wichita Falls, where because of the cap that they put on and perhaps lower tiered benefit formulas for new hires, future hires are paying for all of their benefit or more than their benefit and are actually expected to help bring down today's unfunded. So there's some gamesmanship happening here with a couple of plans with these benefit caps that do concern me greatly. Because I don't view it as being sustainable.
So with the systems with funding periods greater than 40 years, the top two we heard from today. The third one that is showing up as infinite is Sweetwater Fire. We do know the city increased contribution rates substantially, so the true funding period is probably in the 45 range or so. And we know those members are looking toward benefit reductions, and currently they're looking in the form of the benefit cap that Ms. Dexter just referred to. Dallas Police and Fire with a funding period of 82. Both the system and the city have both proposed separate solutions. We do expect that the city is going to fund according to their solution, even though there is no agreement yet. So they did pass a resolution from the city of Dallas where they included a specific dollar amount for the next 30 years of how they were planning to pay down the unfunded liability. Marshall Fire and Wichita Falls Fire both recently triggered FSRPs. Brownwood Fire completed their FSRP, but they still show up on our list because we never actually have received evaluation reports since the FSRP happened. We would expect it to be lower than that 52.8. Dallas employees submitted a preliminary FSRP, and it would have to be approved by voters before it could be finalized. And we heard from Austin Fire today, and then Harlingen Fire. There are 45 years, and if their next valuation report in 2025 were to be about 30 years, then they would trigger FSRP.
Before we move on to FSRP update, any questions on the valuation statement? Seeing none, please.
So move on to FSRP status changes. So we have two new systems subject to the 30-year FSRP. That's Nacogdoches Memorial Hospital and Wichita Falls Fire. We have a new system at risk, which is Longview Fire. Now, Longview Fire submitted an actual evaluation report that showed they would be fully funded by December 31st, 2025. And so we did remind them that, since they had already submitted an FSRP, if they were only 4 months off where they needed to be to avoid being at risk altogether, because they just need to be showing that they're still fully funded by September 1st, 2025. And so it's our understanding that we've already received another valuation report that shows what that funding period would be with the additional contribution. And it's our understanding that the city has agreed to an additional, I believe it's $305,000 contribution that reduces their funding period by those 4 months that they need it. And it's expected that that'll be done this month. And so once that happens, we would send them another letter and say that they're no longer at risk. So they would have no valuation reports above the 30-year trigger. So now we have systems immediately subject to a 30-year FSRP. Most of these we just discussed on the slide with systems about a 40-year funding period. One exception is Beaumont Fire. And again, you can see they've reduced from infinite down to 67 years in 2022, down to 33 years in 2023. So they were relatively close to that 30. Although they did just reduce their discount rate, which we applaud, but will slightly increase that. And then most of these are due September 1st, 2025, except for at the bottom, Wichita Falls Fire. They just triggered it with their 2024 evaluations. So 2 years from that date. So it'd be January 1st, 2026. So next, systems at risk. We heard from Austin Fire. We discussed Longview Fire. Another interesting one on here is Greenville Fire because they have a funded ratio of 41%. And so because that ratio tends to be a little bit sticky, it will probably be some time before it's above that 65% threshold. And so, they're at risk for the next valuation coming up over 30 years, but really they're in essence going to be at risk for many years in the future because at any given time after September 1st, 2025, if they have a valuation report above 30 years and a funded ratio below 65%, which is likely to be, they would have an immediate risk. So I'll move on to systems with amortization periods between 30 and 40 years. So the two on this slide, Galveston Fire and Laredo Fire, they had both submitted FSRPs. And although they're above a 30-year funding period, they're still on track for that September 1st, 2055 funding goal. And so we would expect Longview Fire to be another addition to this list by our December goal. And for legacy FSRPs, we're down to 2 because Wichita Falls Fire dropped off and is now subject to a new FSRP. Plainview Fire, we haven't received a new valuation report. I think they tend to be one that takes longer than our average system probably does in about 7 or 8 months. I think they tend to take a little bit longer. We do send out reminders now to systems if they're at risk, reminding them before their last valuation report that would exceed the trigger that hey, you might want to do this one as fast as possible because you're only going to have 2 years from the date of the valuation report. This last slide is just systems that previously completed the FSRP. And so with that, if there's any questions.
Questions for Mr. B on the funding soundness restoration plan.
David, on Plainview, all right, so the current evaluation we have is 21. Have they done a 23?
That's what I'm saying. Some systems go a little slower than average. So we're 9 months after when they could have done it 12/31/2023. So I expect it sometime soon.
So hopefully the next one we see will be 23 and not 25.
Well, yeah, we will see a 23 valuation report. We just haven't. I don't believe they completed it yet. And I think on average they don't complete them before October. So.
Other questions? Remind members behind tab 11B is a treasure trove of more actuarial information prepared by the staff. You should take some time to review that. And with that, I'd like to call on Mr. Burnham to present item 11C, town system reporting and compliance, including non-compliance. Mr. Burnham, welcome.
We had afternoon yet?
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Brian Burnham. I'm the Staff Analytical Services Manager. I'm here to present on reporting and compliance. In the interest of time, the next 2 slides are simply just an overview on some summary statistics for our 105 benefit plans, and then a non-compliance policy for communicating with plans. But I'd like to move forward to the 60-day non-compliance list. So this table shows the systems who are currently non-compliant over 60 days since the previous board meeting. McAllen Fire has submitted all of their required reports since last board meeting. They're now compliant with the reported requirements. We heard from Nacogdoches earlier today, so their situation has already been covered. But I'd like to cover the Killeen Firemen's Relief Retirement Fund. Killeen has informed us that they had a meeting scheduled to adopt their financial audit either earlier last week or earlier this week. So we do expect to receive their reports within the next coming days, but they have not at this time come to us. So if there's no questions on those plans, I'd like to move to the next slide. And this is our list of upcoming deadlines and non-compliance dates, but I'd like to highlight the systems with the December fiscal year end date for 2023. They will be non-compliant of 60 days at the beginning of next month. Currently, we have 11 systems with at least one of the required reports still needed for compliance. And earlier this month, we did, per our policy, send out our 45-day enforcement notices, notifying them of their non-compliance with the reporting requirements. Those went out to 13 different systems. And of those 13, 2 of them have already reported all of the required reports. And we've had communication from 4 others telling us what the delay in the reporting is and ensuring us that they will be getting us those reports as soon as they're available on the time. But if there are no more questions, that does conclude my report on non-compliance.
Questions for Mr. Byrne? Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Okay, it seems like a good time to take a break. Why don't we come back here at 12:30?
Yeah, thank you guys for entertaining me. Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you all for getting back. We are back in session, and I'd like to ask for Pension Review Board staff Mariah Miller, Ashley Rendon to present. Item.
Yes, but you're gonna come to the table. Oh, never mind. You want to do this first? Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. We'll take public comments. James, who I know as Ben Marks. Please come forward and introduce yourself. Welcome. Thanks for coming all the way across.
Is this already going? All right. Okay, how about now? All right. My name is James. Keith knows me as Ben Marks, and I'm representing actually 2 different parties here today. Kind of have 2 hats on. First being the Telfair Legislative Board, and the second will be the Odessa Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund. First of all, Chair Lively, Board, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Executive Director Cardona, thank you to you and your staff for the direction and assistance that y'all provide to us. We do appreciate it. First and foremost, I was asked by the Telfair Legislative Board to deliver this letter from them to y'all, which I believe has already been distributed. I am not a member of this board, but I volunteered to to bring it as I was available and I was going to be here. And we are obviously a Telfer fund and definitely agree with what is presented in this letter. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I can tell you that after speaking to members of the Telfer Legislative Board, if I had to boil everything down to one simple statement, the statement that was told over to me again and again is that local control matters. It matters to the Telfer Legislative Board, and it matters to those of us that are members of Telfer funds. So I'm now going to switch my hats to the Odessa Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund. And really what I hope to do here today is paint a picture of, as we are on 11D, which I believe is referencing the governance project pertaining to Telfer, is paint a picture of when that governance works. Because I know, having said in these meetings for the last 8 years, every time you all sit there, we sit there as an Odessa board. We always have someone here. And in seeing the people that have come today in previous meetings and previous years, typically they only get to discuss things with you as a board when things are not going well or could be better, or there's action to be taken. So what I wanted to do today was, prior to your discussion on the governance project, is really paint a brief picture on how our current Telfer statute and its governance works when applied correctly. Again, I want to start with local control works. We agree with that statement. We agree with the Telfer Legislative Board. To kind of bring it all back to Odessa, when the 7 of us walk in that room, and just for edification, we've also got our director of finance, our city manager, and our fire chief, and another firefighter board trustee in the audience. When the 7 of us walk into that room, our primary focus in Odessa, and again, all of my comments from here on out are for Odessa. I'm not speaking for the other 41 funds. I'm not speaking for the Telfer Legislative Board. This is how the board in Odessa feels. Everything that we do starts with fiduciary duty. Every bit of it. When we walk into that room and the 7 of us sit at that table, our primary goal in what we do is, how do we make this fund better, and how do we make this fund last into perpetuity? That's it. Once we as a board have the discussions, take the action, come up with a consensus, we then each take a step back and say, how does this decision, potential action affect the people that I or we represent there? How does it affect the firefighters? How does it affect the city? How does it affect the taxpayers? That's secondary to the fiduciary duty. That model, which we apply in Odessa, has worked very well for us since 2016, when we went through our big plan change, FSRP, and started practicing things a different way. The Telfer statute didn't change, right? It has essentially stayed the same forever. So the statute and its structure works if the people that have local control are using it correctly. And so as we take these steps as a board and we put first our fiduciary duty, it really makes everything else easier, in my point of view. Because does what we are about to do or discuss make the fund better or make it worse? That's it. You're not ever sitting still. You're either moving forward or you're moving backward. So if I could briefly walk you through a timeline. 2015, 2016 is when we saw the writing on the wall with the original FSRP law that was enacted. We had an actuary at the time that was retiring. We took the opportunity to hire a different actuary who is still our current actuary. He really came in and painted a bleak picture. Told us, y'all are going to be broke in 16 years. Well, that was the first we had heard of it. At the time, I and one other woman were the 2 longest serving members on the board with 1 year of service. So this was news to us. So what we did with that information was, how do we fix it? The first thought there wasn't, how does this affect the firefighter? How does this affect the taxpayer? How does this affect the city? The very first thought was, how do we fix this for everyone involved? And so what we did with that was, we had the actuary do a 10-year experience study and give us a more accurate picture of how did the assumptions that we've been using to get here come about, and what should they be? Are they correct? Are they incorrect? After the result of that 10-year study, we were no longer going to be broke 16 years. It was going to be 11 years. So that really told us as a board that, well, okay, well, I don't know where these assumptions came from that were being used prior to this, but they weren't correct. So we moved forward with a better picture of how bleak the picture was, how deep the hole was, and we moved forward with that information. And we actually took the opportunity to terminate all of our relationships with all of our professional vendors, and we started over from the ground up. And again, using all of the power and authority vested to us through the Telfer statute and the way it stands today, we made decisions based on fiduciary duty and the right thing for the plan. And because of those decisions, which I'll bore you with all of the details, we dropped our fees by 1/3. We went from the 96th, or I always get this number mixed up. We went from the 96th percentile in the Wilshire universe in investment returns to the 5th percentile in the Wilshire universe. We didn't have more money. We didn't have different asset classes. We just had the right people doing the right jobs for less of a fee. Through that, we also made policies, board policies, an education policy, a policy pertaining to experience studies, which are done every 5 years now. Our last one was in 2020. Our next one will be in 2025. And every time we get an experience study, every single one of those assumptions are adopted as a whole. We don't piecemeal it. We don't pick the one we like better than the other. We don't say 3.2 is close, let's use 3.1. None of that happens. When the actuary comes back and says, you've experienced this over the last 5 years, and we get their direction and their thoughts, we adopt those changes as a whole. We want to be moving forward with the correct picture being painted for us. And if we're going to assume anything, which everyone knows how assumptions go, we're at least going to assume the things that are more accurate than they have been in the past. The plan change that went along with that really required education and effort. And if there's 2 words I would like you to leave with today that you heard me say, it's education and effort. Government and legislation will never be able to do what education and effort can do in the right hands. So what we did in Odessa, when we saw the writing on the wall that we were going to be broke in 11 years and we needed 24% of pay, we had to come up with 24% of pay to go from where we were to the then standards of the FSRP. You have to be under 40 in 10 years. We needed 24% of pay. That's a lot of money. We can't go ask firefighters for 24% of pay. We're not going to ask the city for 24% of pay. How do we get there? We worked with our actuary and came up with 3 plans. These are the 3 plans you can move to. All of them get you where you need to be to meet the FSRP requirements. So then as a board, we looked at the 3 plans. Obviously, as a board, we had our preference on what we thought was going to be the most fair for everyone involved. We weren't going to move forward with tiers. We weren't going to move forward with different contribution buckets. We were going to move forward as we own this problem as a board, and we're going to fix this problem as a board. We went to the membership and educated them. Before this, we had to actually come and educate them on the problem, how bad that problem was. We then went individually as fire trustees to our 8 stations over 3 shifts, so 24 meetings twice. 48 meetings we had one-on-one with each of our members to paint the picture, inform them, educate them, how do we move forward? Not to tell them how to vote, just to tell them that something's coming and it's going to be one of these 3. We went back and had more meetings, again, over the 3 plans, and then how to fund those plans. And resoundingly, the membership picked the plan that the board thought was going to be the most fair and chose to contribute to that as a one-size-fits-all without contribution buckets based on years of service. Everybody was moving together. We're not going to have 2 tiers. We're not going to have people riding next to you on the fire truck earning less of a benefit than you and still paying for the same thing. Now, we did have to freeze our benefits. I mean, you'll know as well as anyone that we can't take anything away that's been accrued, right? So we froze every what you had on 1/1/17, that was frozen. It was calculated on your average pay at the time, and that was your frozen monthly benefit that was tied to the old rules, the 50 and 20, the 1% COLA, the free spousal benefit that some plans have had. And then we move forward, starting on 1/1/17 with the new plan. Everyone accrues at the same rate. It's tied to new rules, 55 and 25, no free spousal benefit in there. You have the option of a single annuity, or you can pick other actuarially equivalent benefits in there. And we move forward with that. And at the same time, we came down for an intensive actuarial review in 2019. I'm sorry if I'm talking quickly, I just don't want to get cut off. In 2019, intensive actuarial review at the Capitol. And keep in mind, in our plan change, we voted through, we needed 24% of pay. We came up with 17% of that through benefit changes. That left us 7 to come up with. And as a membership of firefighters, we increased our contributions from 15 to 18. So that gave us an additional 3. It left 4. We then talked to the city about them going up from 16 to 20, and they did. So as a membership, we owned the problem. This is our pension. And so of that 24% of pay, we came up with the 20. We didn't push it off on the city. We tried to work amicably with the city, which we did, we have, and we continue to. The city since then has taken it upon themselves after the intensive actuarial review and Mr. Brainerd's comments to our then assistant city manager, which were very insightful and caused some action. They came back and went from 20 to 24% on their own. And since then have gone from 24 to 26, all at the same time buying us from 18 to 16. And this last year went from 26 to 28. And I can tell you as of last week, we have had productive and positive conversations with the director of finance and the city manager and the fire chief in moving forward with a proposal before next budget year to our city council to move to an ADC. So I have a lot of notes here, and I think I've covered it all. I know that my time is limited here, but I really just want it to all boil back to local control works. The current structure works if people are using it correctly, and education and effort matter. And if I could briefly touch on education, the MET that is required that y'all suggested and legislation put through is great. You got to start somewhere. I would submit to you that 2 hours every year or 4 every other year, however you want to say that, is not enough. If education and effort are the 2 things that we need to make our plan better, then we really need to require more education. And I know that's probably not going to be popular to other telco funds that hear this, but it's the truth. If you look at in Odessa again, since MET was enacted, MET was enacted, and as of today, we have been required as a board to have 241 hours of MET. As a board, we have accomplished just over 900 hours of MET. That's simply because it took effort. We wanted the education, and we created a board policy that makes every position of the 3 firefighters and then our administrator get 30 hours a year. They also have to attain the NCPER's National Accredited Fiduciary and maintain that certification. They also have to go to the state of Florida and get the CPPT, Certified Public Pension Trustee certification, and maintain that. And we require that of the 3 firefighters and the administrator. We cut for the other 4, the 2 taxpayers and the 2 city, we cut that from 30 to 15 because they've got full-time positions. They've got full-time position responsibilities. We know that their ability to travel or take online classes that the PRB offers could be different than the firefighters and the administrators. But we still require 15. That's a whole lot more than 2. And just as a point of reference, I was curious, and what other CE requirements are there in the state? Well, to spray bugs, to be able to kill bugs, I have to take 15 hours a year. A barber is 4 hours every other year. So the guy that cuts hair is required the same education as I, who will manage anywhere from $4 million, so our smallest helper fund, to $240 million, to our largest helper fund. And it goes on from there. Massage therapist, 6 per year, real estate agent, 9 per year. And so it really opened my eyes to, if education is going to be that important, let's make it that important. So fiduciary responsibility, that's what it boils down to. Education and effort, use your fiduciary responsibility. How do you as a board enforce that? I don't know. But that's also why I'm on this side of the table and you're on that side of the table, right? I can tell you, though, that looking at the governance project, when the initial issues and recommendations came out in January of this year, it was 11 pages long. And the word fiduciary was in there 0 times. And I can tell you that when it came out in May, it was now up to 15 pages, fiduciaries in there 0 times. And then when it came out in July, it's up to 16 pages and fiduciaries in there 0 times. So my suggestion to you would be, instead of looking at how the structure may need to change, we may just need to change what we stress as important. And if that's through your recommendations to legislation for more required education, so be it. If there are other issues brought to light that you creative people can come up with suggestions and the staff that would better the performance of Telfer funds and the ability to get that education, we would 100% support it. But I guess I just want to, I have a whole lot more here, but I'll wind it down. Local control works. The current structure works if it's in the right hands. It requires education and effort. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Martin, thank you very much. Really appreciate your comments. You know, I had benefit of hearing much of the story before. And I'll repeat one of the things that I said here, which is that I wish you would write that all of this down, codify it, that we could distribute it to other townships around the state. So it will be restored.
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate all of the leadership. Would you mind introducing your next colleague?
It's Travis Jones. He's another firefighter trustee. Haley Band is our director of finance. John Bettmeyer is our city manager, and Jason Cotton's our fire chief.
Thank you all for coming to Austin. Questions for Mr. Marks? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now Mariah Miller and Ashley Rendell. PRB staff present 11D. So this item, as you all know, has been in discussion and study for a number of years. Today really represents the culmination of all of that study and discussion. As I'm reading here, we've had several robust discussions on this item over a period of time. We're slated for possible action today on staff recommendations to allow for the most effective discussion and consideration. We will take up the recommendations in each topic area individually as separate votes, as Ms. Miller and Ms. Rendon present. And we're going to take them in backward order, beginning with item 4. Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. My name is Mariah Miller, and I'm the Policy Communications Manager for the Pension Board. Today's presentation will be discussing the Telfer Governance Project and the recommendations developed by staff. I'll provide a refresher on the project, and then we'll discuss the various recommendations and the feedback we've received from stakeholders. The recommendations are grouped by topic. At the end of each topic, as Mr. Brainerd said, we will have a moment of pause to discussion and any possible actions you may take at that time. At the end of this presentation, I'll also briefly cover the next steps for this project in the agency. And I will be skipping some of the background slides, but there is some background material presented in your board materials as well as the board documents. Next slide, please. Okay, next one. Can you actually bring it back one more time? Can you go to the slide that shows the timeline of the project? Thank you. This slide shows a timeline of the project from when it was first proposed to the actuarial committee to today. We just completed a third and final period where we received 7 written comments from stakeholders, which we will discuss a little bit more in a minute. We did also receive 4 additional comments after the feedback deadline, which has been distributed to you and is in your attachments. Next slide, please. Staff has identified 4 broad topic areas for Telfer governance issues, which are displayed here. When discussing these topics, as Mr. Brainerd mentioned, we're working in reverse order, so starting with option 4 and going back to option 1. Next slide. Okay, so this graph shows a summary of the 7 comments we received during the most recent feedback period. The option numbers are listed on the bottom axis, and we did not receive comments for each specific option. So we categorize each response as being either in favor, against, or a neutral or no comment response. We will discuss the feedback broadly when we touch on each topic, but overall you can see feedback was pretty mixed across the board. You will find a more detailed summary of the feedback in your board packet, and the comments themselves are in your attachments. Next slide. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read all of the options out loud, but they are displayed on the board here. The first option we are presenting is option 4.1. This is a proposal that would not mandate that all systems adopt education policy, and it would not dictate what the education policy would include, but it would provide authorizing language for the boards to develop an education policy should they wish. We also have 2 guidance or technical assistance recommendations under this section. In general, all the guidance technical assistance options would not be creating new requirements for systems, but rather providing resources and continuing education. Overall, the options under topic area 4 received positive feedback from stakeholders, and staff is recommending that all options under 4 be adopted. At this time, I'll pause here for any further discussion on topic area 4 and for the board to vote on these items.
Thank you. So members, you should have a handout, it's double-sided, it's got some color on it. And as I mentioned, we're taking it in reverse order, beginning with topic area 4, which we thought was the sort of simplest and least controversial, going back to topic number 1. Excuse me, I think staff's done an excellent job presenting this information in a very organized manner. And so, for example, if you look at topic area number 4 on the back side of this, you will see the 3 proposed changes. And in the right-hand column where it says adopt, that is commensurate with staff recommendation. Comments or questions on these issues 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3? None. Excuse me, I would entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendations 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 on the Telford governance as presented. Motion.
Second.
It's been approved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Livy. Is there a discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. On to topic area 3.
Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Topic area 3 only had 2 options presented. We did have an update to option 3.1 based on stakeholder feedback, and there was concern that having both the system and the sponsor post a report could create redundancy. So we did clarify that posting a link to an existing report would satisfy that. Option 3.2 generally had positive feedback, but did also receive some concern about requiring an additional report. So I just wanted to take a moment to clarify that this option wouldn't implement any new requirements. Staff is recommending that both options 3.1 and 3.2 be adopted.
Okay, these pertain to transparency, communication. I believe they're fairly non-controversial. Questions for staff, comments on topic area 3. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt staff recommendations 3.1 and 3.2 on the Telford governance as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Zook, second by Ms. Dush. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. On to topic area 2.
Topic area 2 covers Telford board membership. Overall, under this section, we do have 8 options for you to consider. The first options we're going to look at in this section are both potential legislative recommendations and their alternatives of each, meaning only one could potentially be adopted. As a quick reminder, Telford boards are statutorily composed of 3 active member representatives: the mayor or mayoral state designee, the CFO or the CFO's designee, and 2 citizens.
Melanie, I interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Madam, excuse me, you should have a handout. One-sided titled Telford board structure. It's a bit of a cheat sheet that identifies the structure of the Telford boards who goes on. Everybody have that?
Yep.
Should be in front of your We all ready?
Yep.
Please.
All right, option 2.1 would eliminate one of the citizen seats and make it an additional mayoral place. Apologies, make it an additional place. The alternative option we are presenting, option 2.1a, would make the change optional to boards.
And we also removed the exclusion to the Telfa statute that prevents a city employee from being a citizen trustee. So option 2.1A would not require boards to make any changes to their current structure. However, for the systems that are struggling to fill citizen seat positions, it will provide them an avenue, some potential alternatives they may take. Overall, both options received generally negative feedback, and there was concern about changing the board structure. So I particularly want to emphasize just that option 2.1A wouldn't require any changes. It is just an alternative option, or boards can adopt a policy should they need to. There was a lot of concern about removing a citizen member and making it an additional city appointee position. And many systems noted that they didn't have any issues filling their citizen seat position. With the Telfa statute covering 42 systems, each of them very unique, having flexible options such as 2.1A could help the systems who need it without mandating changes to those who are able to operate efficiently under their current structure. Staff is recommending the adoption of 2.1.
Staff recommends adoption of 2.1A. Are there questions, comments? So this is permissive, not mandatory. Right? 2.1A would allow Telfa boards to make this change, but it is not mandatory.
Okay, next slide, please. So we received quite a bit of feedback on the logistics and implementation of option 2.2, as well as the following two options. It is the intention that the retired member that would be taking the spot of active trustee, and the election of that position would essentially have the same procedures. The retired members would not need to vote, and it would be a vote from active members. That is for option 2.2. Option 2.3 would require citizen seats to be elected by a minimum of 4 members of the citizen board, and we did receive some concern about that 4-member minimum citizen seat vote when a quorum of the board is also 4 members. The idea behind the 4-member vote was that no one trustee type would be able to swing the vote, and there would be support from at least 1 member of either the city or member trustees. Further down in our recommendations, we are proposing options that could help increase attendance for those who have raised attendance as a potential concern for this option. And for clarification on option 2.4, it is intended to mean that retired cannot be hired from the board they are serving on. They could still be a trustee for a different system.
And just for clarification, Ashley Rendon, Deputy Director. On option 2.3, it is a minimum of 4 members of the 5-member board, or the 3 firefighters and 2 city members.
Thank you. The feedback from stakeholders is also mixed on these 3 options. As I previously mentioned, there was some concern about the implementation of these recommendations should they end up becoming legislation. Of those who commented on 2.2, all were against that potential option. We received a few comments on 2.3 and 2.4, but the general sentiment was that there seems to be an interest in keeping as many things as possible in local control. Staff is recommending options 2.3 and 2.4 to adopt. Next slide.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Please.
So I thought that if we adopt 2.4, I thought the change requested by 2.2 was to kind of alleviate the concern that they currently do have active members who are serving those citizen seats, and the boards didn't want to lose that background knowledge and experience. And so just maybe some clarification for why staff's recommending 2.4 but not 2.2.
Staff is recommending 2.4 just because we did receive a lot of negative feedback on 2.2. So we thought that moving forward with 2.4 would be a stronger recommendation.
Members, I'll share with you a conversation I had with staff. Sorry, which is that I consider, some may disagree with me on this, I consider silence to be considered. We asked a lot of stakeholders to provide comments, and we received how many comments on this?
We have a total of 11. We had 7 written comments during the feedback period and the additional 4.
This particular item?
On that particular item.
On the 2.
On item 2.2, we had 3.
And I value feedback. I value people weighing in, but I don't think that we should be unduly influenced as well by a handful of folks. I happen to support having one, I happen to support item 2.2, allowing for one active member seat to be filled either by an active or retired system member. I think that retiree can be just as qualified, just as representative as a active member, and I think that we should not be blocking those individuals from being able to serve.
Just for clarification on my side, the vote would still be local in the situation. It's just giving them the ability to choose an active firefighter or a retired firefighter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Same people would be voting.
And a question on that note, so when I read who can vote, only active firefighters can vote, is that correct? So retired firefighters cannot vote?
For the active
For the active
seats, yes.
I don't see a reason not to do 2.2. It's up to the membership to decide, but it gives them the flexibility to do that. And if somebody's more qualified, we want that person. If somebody's willing to do more education and effort, we want that person. So I support 2.2.
Other comments or questions on 2.2 through 2.4 this fall? We can come back and talk about each of these and vote on this group. Please.
Next slide, please. So, during our research phase, staff had noted that attendance for some health reports tended to be low, and the boards themselves don't have any statutory reports for when a trustee is frequently absent. Some systems have adopted attendance policies to help them address the issue. Option 2.5 is formalizing statute that's grounds for removal when a member attends less than 75% of the regularly scheduled board meetings that the member is eligible to attend during calendar years. Without an excuse approved by the majority vote of the board. If the member is an ex officio member, then they may be requested by the board to select a designee. Option 2.6 would give systems the option to adopt the policy for removing a board member non-compliant with their MET. Essentially, this option would not be requiring that all systems adopt the policy, but would statutorily provide some support for policies that the systems they wish to adopt themselves. Some systems are already adopting such policies, as we heard from Mr. Marks. This option received unanimously positive feedback from all who commented on it directly. 2.5 also received overwhelmingly positive feedback, with the note that some thought that option 2.6 would better achieve the same goals. Staff is recommending the adoption of both 2.6 and 2.5.
These are both permitted. They give the boards the discretion and authority, right?
2.5 is not per. Am I understanding that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so 2.5 would provide that it's a ground for removal if the attendance wasn't meeting that threshold. And then 2.6 is for missing.
But for clarification, here's 2.5. If the rest of the board excuses that person, the majority of them excuses that person, then obviously they would not be terminated from the board because of that. So again, the control is still local. They still have the ability to decide if this person's excuse is valid, but they also have a hammer they can use if it's not.
And they also have to take votes to approve that board, right? It's not an automatic removal. It's not a statutory removal. It's still eligible by board vote.
Correct.
Everybody good on 2.5, 2.6? Other questions on that? On to 2.7?
The most frequent piece of feedback we received about this option was confusion about the necessity for it. Currently in statute, there's a provision allowing for mayors and CFOs to select a designee. This option isn't authorizing ex officio members to appoint designee, rather it is restricting the pool of potential designees to those who hold similar offices or designations, such
as the ex officio member, so that the viewpoint is still present on. Of those who spoke directly on if they are in for or favor, it was a bit of a mix, and that was because of the concern for redundancy. Staff is recommending the adoption of 2.7 for adoption.
So this basically allows the mayor and the CFO to designate someone else to serve in their place on top of it.
They already have that ability. This just restricts who they can designate.
Yes, so as Ms. Dutch stated, there is currently the ability for the mayor or CFO to select a designee. This would essentially require, though, that it is another position coming from that city. Right now, it could be their selection at will, but this way, you're still having that city input on that side. And then for the CFO position, we do ask that has a financial background. So those viewpoints are still present.
Other comments or questions on 2.7? On the 2.8?
Okay, the final option under topic 2 is a guidance and technical assistance option. This option did not receive a ton of feedback, but those who did comment on it, it was pretty positive. Staff is recommending option 2.8 for adoption. Next slide.
That's non-controversial. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning, 2.1. Is not recommended by staff. And one proposal would be to eliminate one citizen seat who is voted upon by other members of the board, the other non-citizen members, and make that individual an appointee of mayor. Staff is not recommending that one in lieu of 2.1A, allowing tougher boards to adopt a policy that would allow for the conversion of one citizen seat. Both citizen seats are unable to be filled. I have two thoughts about this. One, I think that it would make a more even representation if there were 3 representatives of the city, 2 active firefighters, 3 representatives of the city, and a citizen member. And my concern about 2.1A is that we've got qualifier in there if both citizen seats are unable to be filled. And I think that if we are to adopt 2.1A, we need to provide some objective standard for what represents unable to fill.
You think in that period of time, perhaps, unable to be filled for X number of days, or just trying to figure out how to quantify it?
That would seem to be the most logical solution, to specify some period of time over which the seat is.
Staff, do you all have any recommendation on duration for that? Is that 2 days, 20 days, 60 days? What's normal and customary that would be reasonable? This recommendation legislature.
That's something I think we can do more research on. We haven't looked into, I don't think we have kind of this particular situation with the other systems, but I think perhaps another idea is, since they would be adopting a policy, we we make sure that they define that term in their policy.
I like that idea because it then allows them to set a policy that fits their use case, as opposed to the legislature deciding across all use cases. So as part of that, unable to be filled according to a very specific defined term, whatever that is. Y'all work on the language, but that sounds like good compromise in that regard. Schreier, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And logistically, can we make a motion, and is the board comfortable leaving it up to the staff to come up with words to that?
Well, I think what she's recommending is that we don't specify a day, but we just tell it in the recommendation to statute. The statute requires them that they define it, what unable to be filled is, and that it's determined by a number of days of time. Then then each plan makes their own decision on how many days that is. I'm not sure I like that because they might decide 365. Okay.
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed. So I would suggest that we say that it's up to the boards to make a decision to define the policy. That if those citizens' seats are unable to be filled, but at no point greater than 90 days. It should give everybody flexibility. If they want to do shorter, they can do shorter, but then 90 days is, if both of them are vacant for 90 days, that's a long time.
Are they meeting monthly? Yes.
Everybody good with that?
I'd probably give a little bit more leeway. I don't know, 90 days, yeah.
120 days?
120 days. The key is to give some guidance and then let them come up with a policy that works for them.
2.1A, give them 120 days. At that point, it's unable to be filled.
Unless a policy is adapted shorter than that by the board, but that is the board's choice. Something like that. I would not want to draft that.
We feel comfortable having a motion to that effect on 2.1A?
Yes.
Mr. Zook, you just want to call that your motion?
I will call that my motion. It's up to you.
Why don't we?
But then you can also say incorporating board comments.
Okay, well enough. We've got 2.1A, I think, under our belts. 2.2 is not mutually exclusive. It stands alone, right? Staff is not recommending it. I like the idea of allowing a retired member to serve on these self boards. The same people would be voting for that person who would just have a choice to vote for either tax.
I second that position.
I agree. 2.3 requires citizen members to be elected by a minimum of 4 members as a supermajority of 5 board members. That makes sure that we don't have marginal votes, that there's a general consensus of who's being appointed to the board as citizens. Staff recommends. Is there an opposition to that?
I don't think there's an opposition. I just like to clarify, since staff recommendation as presented doesn't say it's 4 members of the system board excluding citizen members. That was the intent, and that would be what we were
Yes, ma'am.
approving.
Yeah, I think we just didn't put that in there because the current selection mechanism for citizen members is the other 5 members. And so, but either way, it require like, so you have the 3 actives and the 2 city members that are really published. 4 out of 5 that all.
To just avoid a very unintended consequence here. Is there ever a possibility that you don't have 5 board members other than the citizen members where 4 becomes a problem? Is there ever a time you get a vacancy they can't vote because they don't have enough? As opposed to putting it as a percentage and say a supermajority, at least 67%.
Then I don't think they have business electing citizen member until they have their 5.
I can support that. I just didn't know it was a potential problem. Okay, fine.
2.4, update citizen seat provision to specify the retired member of the plan may not serve in the citizen. Just for that, as a retired member may be elected, it's for obvious reasons. Recommendation would not prohibit a retired member's other citizens serving on a particular tour. Concerns, support, comments?
Support. I support 2, 2, 2, 3, and 2.
2.5 pertains to the education opportunities. Is there concern or objection, support 2.5 and 2.6?
Support.
I support 2.5 and 2.6.
2.7 includes statutory language specifying the mayor may appoint a designee from the council or staff. The mayor determines they're unable to actively participate on board. Likewise, the CFO may appoint a designee from the council or staff who has a financial background. My only concern about that is the qualifier, if they determine they're unable to actively participate on the board. I consider that superfluous language, strike, just gives those supervisions the authority to designate those named individuals. So they don't have to declare publicly they are unable to actively participate on the board. They can just make that decision. And 2.8 seems non-controversial, encourage PRB to compile information guidance on processes used by telecom systems to make the world better.
Support.
Support.
Okay. Let me see if we can summarize this. We're going to go with 2.1A. Incorporating the discussion that we had regarding 120 days. We are going to go with 2.2. (2.3) clarifying that it excludes excluding citizen member. And 2.4 going forward, and 5, 6, 7 as amended to remove those qualifiers, and 2.8.
I make the motion, we approve as read.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Zook, second by Ms. Lively. Discussion. Everybody comfortable with where we are? Call for the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes. Thank you. On to item 1. Ms. Miller?
The last topic we are discussing is topic area 1. This topic covers system funding and decision-making practices. The first two options are once again alternatives of each other, meaning only one can potentially be adopted. Option 1.1 would require the governing body of the sponsoring entity to first approve any ballot options concerning benefit or contribution changes prior to member vote. Option 1.1A is similar, but it would only require the governing body of the sponsoring entity to approve any ballot options if both the system and the sponsor solely utilize a closed ABC. Option 1.1A received more favor than option 1.1. All those who commented on option 1.1 in favor or against were against. There was concern about providing the sponsor with the ability to prevent any changes. This has been brought up in past feedback rounds as well, with there being concern about political motives impeding the process. I received feedback also requesting an option proposing statutory requirement for an agency. And while at this time we do not specifically have that as an option 1.1A could encourage the use of an agency. Staff is recommending option 1.1A for adoption.
Members, I want to make a comment on this, as you probably heard me say before, probably more than once. I know of no other structure on public pension plans in the United States that allows boards the level of authority with regard to benefit levels and contribution rates. The Telford board members. I personally support 1.1, but I think that somebody, maybe the staff, came up with what I think is a very good, reasonable compromise in the form of 1.1A that basically says that if the plan sponsor commits to paying the ABC, that will retain the authority of the board to propose changes to benefit structure and contributions. And that's what staff is recommending.
I support.
Mr. Brainerd, I also agree with you on your comments. And I took to heart what Mr. Marks said. But the fact of the matter is 24 out of 42 Telford plans have less than 65% or less than 65% funded. And so something, is wrong here, which we've discussed kind of as long as I have been a participant in this board. I do like 1.1A as a as a step. And yes, I agree that we've been making progress. Plans are improving, but we've still got 24 plans who are less than 65% funded. The only issue I have with 1.1A is that it says a closed actuarially determined contribution, and I think I know what staff is trying to get at that, but I would like to essentially say it's an ADC that starts off with a closed period for funding the initial unfunded and permits layered amortization, perhaps in accordance with our funding guidelines.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is you support, excuse me, you support the spirit of this, but it should be worded slightly
It should be worded a little differently.
indicate it's closed.
Right, I just don't want to advocate for a completely closed amortization period, because as we've already discussed, as you get close to the end of the period, you have a funky, loss, and then it becomes impossible to fund that amount in 1 year or 5 years. So just something that takes into account permits, a layered amortization approach.
The board comfortable with asking Ms. Judge to work with the staff to come up with a language to that effect?
Totally fine. Just to clarify what I heard, it's the first time, at that point, they have to use the closed, and then from there,
Gains and losses, changes in assumptions.
totally fine, or working with staff.
And I just want to say my personal preference is 1.1. I mean, I just feel like if the intent was that, cities were being asked to contribute additional monies, or we've seen this, especially recently, whether it's Dallas, Midland, now Austin, right? There's this ask for this additional city contribution or monies to come in for those benefit changes. And I think if you're asking, and maybe it's not, maybe it doesn't have to be all contribution changes, it's just city contribution changes, right? I mean, if you're building a plan that requires the city to put more money into the mix, I think the city should sign off on that before the members take a vote on it, whether or not the city's funding at ADC.
I want to make sure that I'm following. As the investment side, I got a lot more than the actual side. So effectively, what we don't like as a group is that the beneficiaries effectively get to make their own rules as to how much money they get, and then sponsor has to pay for it. That's the root of where a lot of these challenges come from. In 1.1A, the only way that the city gets a voice is if they'll agree to ADC, and otherwise they have to keep their mouth shut, even though they still have the bill to pay in the future. Your position, Mr. Levy, is that they should have the ability to, anytime they're being asked to potentially put up more money, to be able to have a voice in that. And I personally support that. I also sponsors need to step up, but at the same time, philosophically, I agree more with one. I just have a feeling in either one of these cases, it's going to be a fun legislative session.
I completely agree, but I will support 1.1A. That's where we feel like
I would go with you. You go with 1.1, because I think that's the right place to be. And if we end up, having to go to ADC, but I mean, the sponsors, and that's why I just want to make sure I understood. Sponsors should not be asked to pay for bills that they didn't fund. That's what 1.1 says. Am I correct? Yeah, tell me if I'm reading.
that's hard.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, I think I agree as well. So I see 1.1, 1.3, and 2.1 are all tied, the way I read it, not 2.1A. So we've already loosened the lever on 2.1 by going 2.1A. So we have two other levers. And I think if we loosen all three, it sort of undoes what the original intent was. So 1.1 makes more sense to me. So we have to have teeth somewhere in the mix.
Okay, any more discussion on 1-1?
I guess
Please.
I might still support 1A as being a step in the right direction. And if you think about if the boards are gonna give something up, then they ought to get something for it. And that is the ADC. So I look at, like I say, intellectually, I like 1-1, but we're coming from a place where, we're coming from a place where that is not the situation, that boards are entrusted with that responsibility. I think as a step in the right direction, 1A gets us there.
My thought on it, and I agree with you completely. The good news is that we don't have to write it in the statute, but we can make recommendations to the legislature of what we think is best. And then ultimately, they're gonna be the ones who actually have to decide what goes into the statute. I think it would be best for, my personal opinion is, for this board to make a statement that we believe that the people who are gonna be writing the check should have a say in that. And then from there, if they choose to modify it, they can. But that is our position, I think, collectively as a group, is we just want the person who's got to pay the bill to have a voice before they just get signed up for more money.
Two things can be true. We can vote on 1-1. We can also vote to recommend that the legislature require that cities pay the ADC. Something this state ought to be doing, something this state lacks. Why wouldn't we?
I'm all in favor of telling policymakers that they need to pay the ADC. That's gonna be what's best for the employees and retirees. Why not? They may disagree with us, but that's okay. That's their prerogative. I think we can make the ask.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get through the rest of items 1. We'll come back and check. 1, are we on to 1.2?
Yes, sir. Option 1.2 and 1.3 are both additional legislative options. Option 1.2 is something that systems and sponsors can already do, and several have already developed agreements, especially around pension obligation bonds. This would provide a statutory backbone, though, if needed. This is another option of only proposing authorizing language, and it wouldn't be requiring that agreements be made. And generally speaking, this option did receive positive feedback. Option 1.3 had a little bit more mixed feedback. Similar to the option we previously discussed, there was concern raised about attendance, where there is a quorum of the board as board members. And just as a brief overview, 1.3 would require that those benefit changes be approved by a minimum of 5 members.
So presumably 1.3 could become moot depending on the vote taken on your lead.
I don't know if that would be true or not, but I do get concerned about an absolute number, because if you do have vacancies, then kind of really have hamstrung the board. They really can't act. If they only have 6 active members, now you gotta get 5 out of 6. That's very different than 5 out of 7. If the intent is 5 out of 7, which after being in the seat this long, I'm not sure my calculator works in my head. 5 out of 7 gets into the 70 percentile plus. Do we just set a percentage threshold instead of a raw number?
We could say majority plus 1.
I think majority is too low.
Majority plus 1.
So in this case, majority, if it's 4 of 7, it becomes 5. If there's only 6 there, then it would be 3 plus 1 before the 6.
Majority plus 1 vote, not 51% of the board. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought majority plus 1 was 51%.
No, yeah, got it. I'm fine with majority plus 1 additional vote.
Other comments on 1.3? 1.4, Ms. Miller?
Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry.
So our final two options we are discussing today are both guidance and technical assistance recommendations. Option 1.4 would have the PRB publishing guidance for improving governance based on experiences from telco systems themselves. And 1.5 would be creating a education course on successful system reforms. Overall, a big thing that we had was we just received a lot less feedback overall on guidance and TA options, but what we did receive was positive. So staff is recommending both of these options for approval.
These are permissive, encouraging the PRB to make the world better.
Next slide.
Comments or questions on 1415? Okay, back to 11. Issue seems to be 11 or 11A. Somebody would like to make a motion on 11.
I make the motion.
Is 1.1 modified to say that we also would require that all plans play an ADC?
Basically, it would be, if I hear you correctly, your support of it would be contingent upon additional new legislative recommendation that says that all plan sponsors should be required to pay the ADC.
Do we want to make that part of the same?
I would prefer if that was because I don't know when we need to have this finalized. To have legislative recommendations, if we could take the requirement for the sponsors to pay the ADC, if we can have staff reported that on our December meeting, just because it's something that we haven't previously discussed at either actuarial committee or with this board. I mean, I don't know if that ask of sponsors is even financially feasible within budgetary restraints, tax rate. So I think we need to have more feedback and diligence on that requirement before we formally adopt that as a legislative recommendation.
I think that's a point well taken. It's a big step and deserves discussion.
So if I hear it correctly, then, with deference to Ms. Dutch, if she votes on 1.1, she's supporting 1.1, not knowing that that's going to happen. But she can vote for 1.1A. We're not linking those two together. It's a vote for 1.1, up or down. It's, if that is the first choice of the board, then that's what we do. And if it fails, then we look at 1.1A.
When do legislative recommendations finalize?
So we publish our biennial report at the end of November, and the next board meeting is December 4th. So what we could do, if the board wants to make additional recommendations, is whatever the board decides, then end by course. But we would send it out without whatever you vote on in this meeting will include, but if it's something that you vote on in December, absolutely.
So I stand by my motion on 1.1 because I think that's the better position for us to take.
I thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Everybody understand what we're voting on? 1.1?
I have to admit, I'm really in a quandary at this point because what I'd like to see is I'd like to see positive change, positive movement. And I'm afraid that if we, stand on 1.1, we've risked not getting anything on the list on this issue. And so I'm really in a quandary because intellectually I'm there. I agree, but I want to get some.
My position on it would be, I agree with you. I think there is the chance that this is discussed. I think there's ways to get to where we're wanting to get in the legislature if they, it depends on the process, but I think that the concept is gonna be well received by the legislature, and there may be negotiations along the way, but I think we'll get the positive that we're looking at, and I think that we should not go part of the way because of what might happen. I think we should go with what we think is right, and then from there, let the elected officials decide if they agree with this or not. That's my position.
Yeah, I have two concerns about the current state of affairs. One is that, just as a matter of principle, and this may be slightly outside the purview of the Pension Review Board, but just as a matter of principle, as Mr. Zook has articulated, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of unelected people who are unelected by citizens having the authority that this opportunity confers. With regard to the my Pension Review Board Act, though, my problem is that these boards, and they're well-meaning people, capable people who are serving on these boards, and I think that the legislature has created confusion by authorizing them with two tasks. One is the proper task is to oversee and administer the system, make sure the laws are being carried out. And then secondly, we've got a task that somewhat conflicts with that, and that is the authority to alter benefits. The authority to alter benefits really belongs, is the purview of the governing body, the legislature. The responsibility of every retirement system board in the country is to oversee the system, make sure the laws are being carried out efficiently, etc. It's very unusual for a board to be able to make any change to benefit levels and contribution rates. And when they are given that authority, it's just on the margin. That authority belongs with those who are accountable to those who are going to end up being liable and paying for what's being voted on. Those are the reasons that I really support 1.1. I'm pleased to see that this has support among the other members.
I agree with everything you said.
Call the question.
Okay, all in favor of 1.1, let's say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Item passes unanimously. I believe that means we do not need to take a vote on 1.1A unless someone would like to make a motion. Hearing none. 1.2, authorize system governing body to enter into separate agreement defining parameters. This is something that's already available to them, but provides encouragement. 1.3, all of these are recommended by the staff. Proposed benefit changes must be approved by a minimum of 5 members. What we agreed to, I believe, is that proposed benefit. Oh, that's it. Yeah, proposed benefit changes must be approved by a majority plus 1 vote on the board. And that would be, this takes on really a different meaning in light of the vote we just took, because these are proposed benefit changes that go to the governing body and city council. And then item 1.4 is permissive, non-controversial, I believe, and same with 1.5. So we would be voting now on items 1.2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that correct? With the change to 1.3 as amended, majority plus 1 vote.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Zook, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, members,
Thank you, staff.
and thank you, staff. You guys put in a lot of work on this. We appreciate that. Ms. Miller, Mr. Doan, Mr. Vernon, Steve. I'll ask you to end this section by presenting item 11E.
Before that,
Ms. Dutch.
Mr. Brainerd, where are we then on the requirement for ADC?
So we directed staff to evaluate, sorry to speak for you, please, just your questions. I understand. Is staff has been asked by the board to come back with us with data about what that ramification would be and come back with a recommendation to us. So,
Yes.
With the possibility of amending staff.
Yes.
Mr. Fee and Mr. Burnham are going to present item SRP overview implementation case studies. Support staff has been working on extensively, particularly I think Mr. Burnham we reported.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Good afternoon again, members. Once again, I'm Brian Burnham, Analytical Services Manager, and to my left is David Fee, PRB Senior Actuary, and we are here to present on the FSRP overview, implementation, and case studies report. Next slide, please. For this presentation, we plan on covering the background and purpose of this report, an overview of the FSRP requirement, case studies of systems that have been subject to the requirement since the 2021 changes, our results and conclusions, and we'll talk about the next steps for this project. Next slide, please. The primary goal of this report is to assist retirement systems that already have or will become subject to the FSRP requirement. We went this route in lieu of the usual intensive review. This was an opportunity to provide helpful information to our systems, and it could focus on multiple systems rather than just one. The report also aims to serve as a progress update on how the FSRP requirement has impacted Texas public retirement systems, especially since those 2021 changes. It provides an overview of these updates as well as what to expect from the changes that will go into effect September 1st, 2025. The report's case studies aim to identify trends between what systems have done to fulfill the requirement, and they are an educational tool for our systems who may currently be developing an FSRP or may develop one in the future. Next slide, please. I would now like to provide you with a quick overview of the FSRP requirement, and then Mr. Fee will go over the case studies. Next slide. The FSRP requirement was originally established in 2015. Systems would trigger an FSRP with 3 consecutive valuations or 2 valuations for systems that do not perform annual actuarial valuations, showing the funding periods above 40 years. Systems and sponsors were required to work together to adopt a plan that would get them under the 40-year requirement within 10 years. Next slide, please. For the 2021 overhaul, after 5 years of working with the FSRP statute, the PRB reviewed the requirement in 2020. We took about a year to provide possible solutions to the issues we uncovered and provided opportunities for feedback from stakeholders along the way. This sparked from issues staff found, such as systems triggering the requirement multiple times without successful long-lasting reforms. Also, the PRB updated its pension funding guidelines in 2017 and lowered the maximum funding period from 40 years to 30 years. And finally, in 2019, the legislature also enacted a law requiring systems and their sponsors to jointly adopt a funding policy targeting 100% funding. The PRB's recommendations were published in the 2020 biennial report to the legislature, which were then incorporated in HB 3898 and passed in 2021. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Fee to go over the findings from the case studies.
So we had since September 1st, 21, when changes to the FSRP statute took effect, we've had 14 software systems take steps to reach a 30-year funding. That reduced the count of software systems above the threshold by more than. In our report, we grouped them into 3 groups of primary changes. Group 1 had new agreements between the system and sponsor regarding when and how members could vote on future benefit increases. Group 2 had no increases in member contributions, which was especially important for some of the systems with low employer involvement costs. And then Group 3 did have an increase in contributions. So looking at everything on sort of one page here, Group 1 is Galveston, Irving, Longview, and Paris, and each of them had an agreement regarding future plan changes with their sponsor. 3 of them, in exchange for that, received proceeds from a pension obligation bond, and the Galveston Fire received an increased city contribution rate, as well as some other provisions that we'll discuss. In Group 2, we have Atlanta, Big Spring, Corsicana, Lubbock, Lufkin, and Odessa, and each of them have an increased city contribution rate, and 3 of them also benefited from increased payroll above expectations. So when you have more payroll, you have more contributions, which often will lead to a lower.
Mr. Fee, can you clarify the meaning of the colors up there?
The colors are just,
Oh, those go with the 1, 2, 3.
right.
Sorry about that, thank you.
No problem. And then so group 3 is Brownwood, Cleburne, Conroe, and Laredo. And each of them had increased member contribution rates. Most of them had increased city contribution rates as well, with the exception of Brownwood. So Brownwood was the only one that relied solely on member contribution increases, and then Laredo is the only system that. Now looking at the key metrics, we had 5 key metrics that we looked at in the report.
If I may just add a comment. So what I see is the vast majority of these plans got fixed because the fact that the city sponsor, in this case, added money to the plan and their funding rate, their contribution rate.
Yes.
So a lot of these folks would be encouraged more if there was an ADC requirement in statute. So just saying that for the record. Maybe we don't have to get to an FSRP if they'll put up the capital they're asked to put up.
Yeah, in fact, Mr. Zook, all of them, but one pension obligation bond announced for city money. Those plus the increased contribution. That's thank you.
So we looked at 5 key metrics in each group. One was employer normal costs. So if you remember, the normal cost is the percentage of pay needed from date of hire to date of retirement for the average member to fund benefits due. So if you take the normal cost less the employee contributions, then you have the value of the pension benefit to the member that's provided by the employer. And so when considering proposed changes, it's important for members to know what this value will be for each year. And with this Social Security participation, what we often see is an arrangement where firefighters do not participate in Social Security, but regular city employees do participate. And so, members who do not participate, may seek a higher employer normal cost than members who benefit from Social Security. And then also, because sponsors of participating employees have to contribute an additional 6.2% outside of the pension plan, it makes sense that those sponsors have an additional 6.2% of pay toward the pension plan for systems that do not participate. We looked at the full funding year before and after changes. We looked at the funded ratio, especially because after September 1st, 25, funded ratio below 65%, which would be an immediate FSRP. And then we looked at their FSRP status. So some of these systems completed an FSRP, some were at risk but avoided triggering an FSRP, and some avoided at risk altogether. So looking more specifically at Cleburne, these are agreements regarding future plan changes. So Galveston Fire, they created a 2052 funding goal, and if they're ahead of that goal, members can consider that Alcoa. If they're behind that goal, additional costs will be spread evenly between the city and the members. And at that point, members would vote whether they wanted contribution increases or benefit decreases. The more interesting thing about Galveston Fire is that the city agreed to make up contributions when the payroll doesn't increase as expected. So they have a base year, I believe it's 2022, and anytime the payroll is not aligned with that base year, increases by 2.75% per year, then they'll make up an additional city contribution. So most systems, if they come in light on payroll, they come in light on contributions. But for Galveston Fire, the city contributions staying on track. And so the only better option I could see is if the city had also agreed to make up these employee contributions as well. Because sometimes, the members aren't in control of how many firefighters are on staff and what the payroll is, but they're still impacted by not receiving those member contributions based on. For Irving Fire, other members agreed to cover the cost of any future benefit enhancements, and they established a 2045 funding goal. The actual wording in the agreement was that they have established a funding goal to avoid net organization, which they're actually determined was a 23-year funding period, which equated to 20. Longview Fire agreed to no benefit enhancements until the funding period reached 5 years, and then those enhancements can only push the funding period up to 10 years. They created a 2050 funding goal, and any contribution increases would be split between the city. And Paris Fire is pretty unique in that they have much lower benefits than the telco system, and so those members benefit greatly with the moving on to group 2. These are the systems with no increased member contributions. So Atlanta, the city of Atlanta increased contributions by 6% of pay, and also benefited heavily from payroll growth of over 18%. For Sakana Fire, the city agreed to fund an additional $100,000 per year as necessary, but with payroll growth of over 20% per year, they never actually needed to pay that. Lubbock Fire used to contribute according to the TMRS rate, which we really don't like to see it tied to TMRS. So they did change it to 150% of member contribution. And that was another city that benefited from high pay. The city of Big Spring increased contributions by 3% of pay. And although the funded ratio is below 65%, their funding period is actually gone below 20 years. So hopefully, as long as they stay under 30 years, they won't have that immediate effects. Lufkin Fire, the city increased, but the funded ratio is well below 65%. And so they're something that really has to monitor annually where they are, because at any point they could trigger an immediate effects. Odessa Fire, the city increased by 2% of pay, and as of the most recent valuation report, they are in funding period. So now moving on to group 3, these are our systems that increased member contributions. So Brownwood Fire, the members increased by 4% of pay, and the city did not increase at all. Instead, in the meeting preferred agreement, the firefighters received significant pay increases. And also in that meeting preferred agreement, they agreed to study a potential transition to TMRS. Now, transitioning to TMRS is tricky because there are quite a few different TMRS versions. The contribution rate can range between 5, 6, and 7%, and the match can range between 1 to 1, 1.5 to 1, or 2 to 1. So if you combine those two things I just said, the match ranges from 5% to 14%. So it's quite a big difference. It's also more portable, so that portability can actually hurt. That's all for a city that needs to retain their firefighters, where the Tulsa formula with longer vesting may actually help. Cleburne Fire, the city agreed to the greater of 23.79% of pay, or the TMRS rate plus 6%. So we don't really like it to be tied to TMRS, but if it is, this is the way we'd like to see it, where you get TMRS plus the 6% to cover the Social Security, and then also with a floor rate, just in case that TMRS rate is. Conroe Fire, both the members of the city increased about 1.3% of pay. And if you remember, Conroe Fire is a system that was able to make use of the PRB rule that allows systems to use the greater of the market value of the actual assets. So using the actuarial value of assets, they were going to be over a 30-year funding period, but because the market value was under 30 years, that's the Laredo Fire increased for both the members in the city, and they were, again, the only system that also had some benefit protection. So now looking at the results, we had a lot of increased city contributions or cash infusions, and that can work in a lot of different ways. So some use a fixed rate of city contributions, some do it as a percentage of the member contribution rate, some use TMRS plus 6% with the floor, some use an actually determined contribution, and some use one-time cash. For increasing member contributions, we sometimes see that looking differently. For instance, a Longview Fire has different member contribution rates by tier. So the newer tier has lower benefits, but also lower contribution. And looking at benefit reductions, that can look differently among different systems. The first thing you think of is the formula multiplier, but it can also be the definition of pay, or as Austin Fire was talking about today, it can be the form of payment. There's a lot of different levers that you can pull. Increased payroll is also something that we don't always think about. But many of these systems did benefit from increased payroll and reducing the funding period. And Belmont Fire is one who's, FSRP, they're really looking at increased payroll as the main driver of how they get. So I'll turn it back over to Mr. Bennett.
So in conclusion, the original FSRP requirement led to positive changes for some of the systems who triggered the requirement, but not all. The changes in 2021 were needed in order to better ensure the financial health of Texas retirement systems. The case studies covered in this paper show that the new law has already been effective in helping to improve system financial health. Since 2021, the median funding period for Telfra systems has decreased from 34 years to 27 years. And the median funding period for municipal plans has also declined from 27 to 24 years. Next slide, please. And just for the next steps, this paper will be published on the PRB website following this meeting. It will also be included within the 2024 biennial report to the legislature, which will be completed in November. And if there are no questions, this concludes our presentation on the FSRP overview, implementation, and case study report.
Thank you, gentlemen. Comments, questions on this study, this presentation? As the results speak for themselves, for those of you who may not have noticed, following the slides in your book is a hard copy of the report, which I think also is very well done. And well, as you said, there's a lot to be learned from this paper. Madam Chair, that's the end of the actuarial committee. Okay.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 12, and I'll call on Ms. Dugan to walk us through this agenda item.
Good afternoon, members. Ashley Rendon, Deputy Director, and I'll be taking you through item 12 today on the new pension online reporting tool, reporting portal, or reporting tool, that's what it is, or port, though we did try to get those last letters in there to make it portal, to no avail. So for some background on the portal, this is one of the 2 projects we requested money for back in 2021. And the legislature appropriated $600,000 for the biennium for those 2 projects. Last session, we asked for an extension of that money to complete the projects, and Senate Bill 30 provided us with that extension. And to remind you, Project 1 entailed a full rewrite of our internal databases, and we completed that project earlier this year. So we were able to switch our focus to programming the second project, which was the portal. So we began that project after the completion of the database rewrite, and we completed the portal last month. So the goals of this project, we wanted to improve customer service, we wanted to streamline report submission, and provide efficient information sharing. And we believe the project successfully completed those things. For the timeline, we began outlining and scoping the project in April of 2023, and directly following the completion of our first project, our programmer began building the portal, working through this summer. We asked a few of the administrators of the 100 systems to test our portal in July and August, and so we had some really good feedback from that process, and we thank those who tested the portal for us. And we were able to fully launch last month on August 6th. Next slide. So here are the features. Users are able to log in and submit reports to us, and they're only able to do so if they're in our internal database. So a big part of making this portal was having it connect or talk to our internal database, which really helped to streamline our processes. There's no password required, which I think is pretty significant. Users are authenticated by the portal checking our database for the user's email, and then sending that a link to that email as the login. So we've had experiences in the past with the portal, pre our sunset in 2013, where we managed the passwords. So if a user forgot their password or needed it reset, we had to do that. And so that was pretty time consuming. So I'm glad not to have that anymore. Users can see what they've submitted to us. So they can be assured that we got the report if they see it in their dashboard. And I'll show you in a couple slides down what I mean by that. And once the document is uploaded to the portal, it's also automatically logged into our internal queue in our database. So staff knows to review the new report. It's also uploaded to our internal cloud network folders, ready to be processed. And so you can imagine this cuts down on a lot of staff work. So for example, we no longer have to send a return receipt because they can see it in their dashboard. We no longer have to move the file from email to our folders because they're automatically uploaded. And we no longer have to enter the report to our workflow because that's all automated. All staff has to do is process the report, and that allows staff to focus on providing the analysis, charts, graphs, and updates to our data center, really allowing for a more efficient use of our resource. Next slide. So here's just some additional information, including the link to the portal. And staff also created a help page, which is linked on the portal website, which includes general information about the portal and FAQs. And soon it will also include some tutorial videos. And so now I'll just take you through a few screenshots. First, this is just the addition of the link onto our homepage, kind of in our central location, so system administrators can find it. Next slide. So this is the login screen. It just asks for an email. And once you click that link, you can go to the next slide. Then it will send the authentication email. So that block in the middle is actually the link. I just kind of redacted it there for security reasons. Next slide, please. So once the user clicks that link, they get a nice little welcome screen that stays around for a few seconds and then switches to the next slide, which just shows kind of a decision point, like what do you want to do? And I'll note here that if a user is an administrator of multiple plans, such as a third-party administrator, and they use the same email address, before this screen, they'll have a screen that asks which system they want to submit reports for. So once they choose that, then they'll get to this screen as well. And so they can choose to go to a dashboard or to submit the reports. And so if they chose to submit the reports, on the next slide, they come to the screen. It's pretty simple to use. Once you choose to create a report, you just enter in the fiscal year, what report you're uploading, and then upload the report. And so once they do so, it'll look like the next slide. So here you'll see, you know, I have a test file there, and so you can see everything that's been uploaded, and they still have a chance to edit it if they would like on this screen. If they chose to submit the report, you can go to the next slide. You can see it back at the dashboard. So it will give you a message that the report has been submitted successfully. And then if you go back to the dashboard, under file there, you can see there's an icon. You can click that icon and basically they see what we see. So whatever they've submitted to us, they can go back and click it just to make sure. If it's not correct, they are still able to edit it or also delete it. Next slide. And so the next steps for this and for other IT projects are to continue to look for improvements and opportunities for technical assistance. We did ask for appropriations in our LAR, our legislative appropriations request, exceptional item 4, to be able to begin a next phase of this project and provide enhancements to the portal. So for example, we've already gotten feedback regarding showing compliance information for MET and reporting on the dashboard. And so we agree something like that would be great to For technical assistance and education, we'll be providing a demonstration of the portal at the Telco conference next month. So there will be a good opportunity to answer any questions from systems. And we'll be providing tutorial videos for the help page in the near future. And I just want to also add that the feedback we've gotten has been good so far. Users have said that it's intuitive, it's simple to use, and that was really a kind of central goal of ours. And that concludes my remarks. Happy to answer any questions.
Cool.
I agree.
Any questions? Okay, wonderful, thank you. Now we'll turn it over to our next director to walk us through agenda item number 13.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Amy Cardona, Executive Director. First, item 13A, conference updates. Several staff attended the TextVerse Summer Educational Forum in San Antonio back in August, where David Fee presented the updates to pension funding guidelines that the board adopted in July. And in just the last few weeks, we made the recording of that presentation available on our MET website for CE on demand. So now we have a total of 5 continuing education offerings on our MET site, with plans to do more over time. We also have the TELFRA annual conference in Irving coming up October 7th and 8th. We will have 2 presentations. One will be the demonstration that Ms. Rendon mentioned, and then we will also have an actuarial panel moderated by Dave. Next slide, please. Item 13B, we're getting ready to begin work on the biennial reports due at the end of November. We do this report every 2 years and send to legislative offices and others. We've included a more comprehensive outline in your packet, but I don't want to take a lot of time to go into specifics, but just as a couple of examples of what we'll include are an overview of our completion of the major IT projects. Another big example would be inclusion of the legislative recommendations adopted today. Next slide, please. Item 13C is legislative updates. So first up, we submitted our legislative appropriations request in mid-August. As discussed at the July board meeting, we have multiple exceptional items. Two are related to staff salaries and 2 are related to IT. As far as staff salaries go, there's 2 requests. One is basically a pool of money for general staff salary increases to total $160,000 over 2 years. And then the other request would allow the board flexibility to increase the executive salary. 2 are related to IT. There is an ongoing amount we've requested for IT maintenance and operations so that we can take care of this that we just built, which would be an $80,000 annual total. We've also asked for a one-time IT appropriation for major projects, which is really enhancements to the 3 of our main systems. And as Ms. Rendon mentioned, just phase 2 of the portal and making some additional enhancements to our database as well as our online data center. It's $600,000 of $700,000 we requested off of those projects. And then we have $100,000 we asked for equipment replacement, such as refresh of staff laptops. I will also be presenting our agency's joint budget hearing at the Capitol. Also, last week on September 19th, David Fee and I testified at House Pensions Investments and Financial Services at their interim hearing. The committee requested we provide testimony on 2 items. One was an update on Dallas Police Fire Pension. So we focused on 3 key areas. One was the actuarial metrics applicable to Dallas Police Fire Pension. We also talked about the 2 statutory funding requirements at issue, as well as the progress update. We also provided a progress update to ensure the committee was informed of events that have happened for the last year with the end goal of developing funding. We were also asked to present on pensions with high amortization periods. So we did so, but also incorporated measures such as systems with lower funded ratios. We also presented on FSRP status and overall funding statewide. Next slide, please. And then 13D is just the updated operating budget.
Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I just want to say that I continue to be very impressed with the work of the staff.
Here, here.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 14, future meetings, agenda items, safe locations and other arrangements. Our next board meeting will take place 10 a.m. December 4th with a meeting location to be determined. Do any board members have any agenda items that they'd like to see on that agenda?
Madam Chair, I would like to confer with the staff at this meeting about the possibility of actually for the next board meeting.
So if that actual committee meeting happens, we'll notify systems through.
Yeah, we'll schedule it and send out.
And send out agenda, okay. Very well, at this time, there being no further business on the board and no objection, I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Meeting is done. That's amazing.
Yes, it was.